So good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, captains of enterprise, heirs of legacy, and builders of generational wealth. It is truly my great pleasure to welcome you to the Family Business Summit 2025, hosted under the powerful theme, The Enduring Family Enterprise, Building a Legacy That Stands the Test of Time. So I'd like to welcome all our guests from all around the world. I'm aware that we have people from China, from Mauritius, from Europe, Hong Kong. Thank you so very much for being with us and for joining us here in Lagos, Nigeria for the third edition of the Family Business Summit. So while everyone takes a seat, let me tell you a little bit about what you can expect over the next couple of days. Over the next 3 days, we'll be exploring ideas, insights, and inspirations that shape the future of family-owned enterprises in Africa and also around the world. This is not just a gathering of family businesses. It's really the convergence of vision, leadership, and purpose. We'll hear from remarkable founders, next-generation leaders, investors, and thinkers, all sharing how the legacies of family business can evolve across generations. So I'd really like you to sit back, engage fully, and get ready for days of dialogue and connection, because the legacy of African family enterprise begins here. So my name is Lele Balde, and I have the honor of being your host and moderator for today. To officially set the tone for the summit, please join me in welcoming the visionary behind this incredible platform, Mr. Ogenavoke Igure, convener of My Family, My Business, for the unveiling of the Family Business Summit 2025. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Igure as he makes his way to the stage to give the opening address.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to do this with you this early morning. I think I have some slides up, but I mean, when we started this, we started it as an advocacy platform. And I mean, I'd say that over the last 2-3 years, when we've been doing this for this is like the third edition. And we've done quite a few things, which I'll just go through, and then I will tell you a bit about what we plan to do today. So, I mean, I don't know if this works. Okay. So you would have noticed that you can see the magazine. So today we launched a family business journal, which is focused on family businesses. A lot of the articles there were actually were curated by some members of family businesses, but everything was put together by my young friend. Please, a round of applause for Samira. You would notice her. Please stand up to be recognized. Very young. So that's our young editor. She put all of that together. So we've done that in the last 1 year. And then we've gone ahead in the last 3 years to launch a Family Enterprise Nigeria Network, which is an association of family businesses. We hope that this will be like an advocacy platform for family businesses, just bringing them together and being able to, and also, advocate for all things family business. We have a couple of the next geners, people who are in family businesses as part of the association and as part of the board of trustees and even board of advisors. And we're hoping that we can actually, together with one voice, make a case for family businesses in Nigeria. So today we would also be launching a family business documentary on the life of Chief Odutola. I mean, this man died when I was I think 13 years old. But to the older generation and the founders, I'm sure they know Odutola. So today we'll be screening his, we did a short documentary, about 20-minute short film on the life of Odutola. And we hope to create different editions. So we'll look at other family businesses that we've had over the years. Yeah, and then today we're going to have 3 panels, very exciting. First panel will focus on family businesses and the role of family offices in wealth diversification. Second, we'll look at art and luxury. We have very good speakers for that particular lineup. for that particular panel. And we have one very interesting one. I think that's the last one that looks at cross-generational conversation. So we're going to have founders in conversation with their children who are in their businesses on stage. That would be very interesting. And then we have two keynote speeches, one by our sponsors, Mauritius Commercial Bank, and another one by Dia Fatim Lane. Yeah, and then we have a very interesting fireside chat by the founders of 7up. So the managing director and the chairman, which I promises to be a very, very interesting fireside chat. So can we have the trailer for the documentary, please?
Audio Jungle.
My father was an industrialist.
He ensured that business principles were founded on structure, on governance.
His approach was very distinct, and his approach was also very intentional.
He was known as a wealthy businessman.
Let me tell you a story about a great man.
My father was an industrialist.
He ensured that business principles were founded on structure, on governance.
His approach was very distinct, and his approach was also very intentional.
He was known as a wealthy businessman whose fortunes were rooted in integrity.
He wasn't a cash-rich person. He was an asset-rich person.
He decided that there was no way any child was going to
have a screening later this evening at the, next slide, please. So we have that at the Family Business Leadership Awards, which will be happening at the Mike Adeniga Center about 6 o'clock. So there'll be a screening, and we'll have a keynote by Mrs. Temilola Adikpetun, who is here. We're doing the keynote for that. And then over the course of the next 2 days, we would have a Next Gen bootcamp tomorrow. So if you haven't registered for that, you can register for that as a Next Gener. I think we have seats for just 25 people. And then we have a deal room, which is powered by the Mauritius Commercial Bank. So family businesses who are looking to expand, raise capital, we'll be able to make presentations and have conversations with representatives from the Mauritius Commercial Bank. And then they say I like to work too much. And so the Next Gen, as I've said, we should have a mixer, which will be on Saturday the 18th. So if you want to register for that as a Next Gen, you can register for that. It's a mixer, it's something, just networking, light, but for only Next Geners. Yeah, and that's it. So as is our custom, we'll do a very quick survey. So please bring out your phones as we launch a very quick survey, just for you to scan the QR code. Just answer a few questions and then we can go into it. And then question.
Today's proceedings, we have a very respected voice in the business and media space. Please do help me in welcoming Mr. Frank Agbogun, the publisher of BusinessDay, to deliver his opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank you so very much for turning out this early and for being with us today. I know I'm standing between you and the start of the conversation. So I'm going to do this and get out of your sight very quickly. We are delighted, especially with our friends at PwC, who have over the years, joined to make this annual summit a great experience. Voke has already outlined what is on offer today, tomorrow, and Saturday as well. I think the 3 days will be exceptional. The fireside chats especially, I'm looking forward to them because they will be with people for whom I have the highest of respect, people that I have admired over the years and followed, and also admired their businesses as well. So without any further ado, let me welcome you very warmly to today's event. And I think that the theme relating to resilience resonates very well with all of you, given how so tumultuous years we have had lately. But I think the clouds are clearing, and we are beginning to be confident to hope for something better in the years ahead. So let me invite you once again to, let me thank you once again for being here this morning. And to say that I hope, like me, you are looking forward to a great experience here today. And of course, the next 2 days after today. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agbogun, for those welcoming remarks. And as Boke mentioned earlier, we have a few partners that have made today possible, and one of them is PwC Nigeria, which is why it's my pleasure to welcome partner Pedro Omotumwe at PwC Nigeria to give us another welcome address. So please, let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pedro Omotumwe. It's always a difficult name pronouncing those names from the Niger Delta. So my role in PwC, I oversee clients and markets. So I'm representing Sam Abu, who is the country senior partner. So I've got a long speech here, but I'll try and make it as brief as possible. So for the past 2 years, we have collaborated with you, making this an interesting discussion. And it's always a pleasure to sit in rooms where you have entrepreneurs, where you have business owners, where you have people who not just only look rich, but actually are rich. And I think today's discussion is quite important because we're looking at wealth diversification and resilience in uncertain times. And like Frank mentioned earlier on, we're actually in uncertain times, FS issues, we're dealing with inflation. Has it gone up? Has it gone down? I mean, the FS is still an issue, even though we think there's a bit of stability now with 1,500, 1,400 and that region. There are social upheavals all around the whole world. I was in a call the other day with somebody in the US and I asked the question, when will the tariff be stable? Even the Americans say we don't know when it will be stable. So we are indeed in uncertain times, and it's important that family businesses know how to navigate these challenging times. So at PwC, we recently concluded a family survey, the annual survey, and I'm sure we're going to go and share a bit more about that later on in the day. But I'll just tell you a few things that came out of the survey. In 2023, for example, 43% of businesses globally recorded double-digit growth. This year, the number fell to 25% out of the growth. And among the 25%, what was clear was that agility and purpose was a differentiator. So family business that had agility and had purpose, we found that those companies continue to grow, whereas family business without agility and without clear purpose did not do well. Secondly, 61% of family business understood that AI is a growth opportunity. Yet we found out that only 3% of those family businesses actually involved and understand AI and actually using AI. So I think AI is going to be something that we will need to understand and use going forward. So for Nigerian businesses, two things are quite important in our view. You need to be strategically diversified, and you need to be operationally resilient. So strategically diversified and operationally resilient. And we can go into details in the fire chart and all of the meetings, how we can achieve that. So diversification in our view is not about losing focus. It's about building multiple growth engines that protect your core and expand your frontier. Resilience, on the other hand, means being able to adapt quickly, make bold decisions, and balance tradition with transformation. So as family businesses, we don't only want to build wealth, we want to sustain the wealth and want to be able to transmit the wealth to the next generation. So the balance between tradition and transformation will be key for the next generation of enterprise in Nigeria and across the world. So today is not just about sharing data, it's about translating insight into action. So let's use this summit to challenge assumptions, explore new models, and collaborate on building businesses that endure. So thank you so much for coming. Enjoy the deliberations, and I'm sure that at the end of the day, PwC can support you in moving your business to the next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that welcome address. It's definitely great to hear all that PwC is doing when it comes to furthering family businesses around in Nigeria and around the world. So if you could please pull up the survey one last time, and if I could ask the attendees to kindly take out their phones one more time. So if you can scan the QR code that's on the screens, please go ahead and do that. Alternatively, you can also go to www.slido.com, and then you can put in that number, 236-1217. So we'll just give some time for participants to access the questions and quickly fill in the survey before we go on with the next portion of the event. Are you able to scan it? Yes? Great. You can also go to slido.com and put in this number, and it will take you directly to the questions that you need to answer. It's not working. Okay. There's no question. There seems to be no question. All right, so while we're able to figure this part out, apologies again about that, I think we should move on to one of the highlights of the morning, which is the unveiling of the key insights from the PwC Africa Family Business Survey that was alluded to in our speech earlier. So please do join me in welcoming Ms. Esiri Agbeyi, who is a partner at PwC Nigeria and Africa, family business leader, as she presents the findings. Let's put our hands together for her, please.
Thank you very much, Lily, and good morning, everyone. I know that the room will fill up with time. I had hoped we would start 9 on the dot, but it's fine. This is going to be a journey of 3 days, 3 exciting days. And the information that we're going to be sharing is going to be very useful because it takes a pulse of what family businesses are going through, but it also gives insights into what action you can take. In fact, one of the key sessions I'm looking forward to personally is the fireside chat with the El Khalil family. I've been trying to learn to pronounce it. I need to do the well. But I'm trying, yeah, El Khalil family. So we'll have them there at some point. We'll also have the boot camp. The Africa Family Business Survey that PwC has done over the years is now in its 12th edition. We do this biannually. So it's been a long time coming. We've done this. And we do this across the globe. So this is the Africa cut. We've only just recently launched the global survey 2 days ago. So we're delighted to be announcing the Africa Survey findings for the first time on this platform. That's how we see this platform as important. Yeah, so thank you for that applause. So I'll just quickly go through and pick some. I think the most, if I could just take by show of hands, or maybe if you want to utter a word, what has been the trend in the past couple of months in Nigeria? Hey, Bella, hi. In the past couple of months, who knows? The trend. Oh, it's just me that sees the trend. So it starts with a T. It ends with an X. It's a 3-letter word. It's called what? Tax. So tax has been big. That's our little riddle for today. But I think it hides itself in some of the economic volatilities that we've seen over the past 3 years in Nigeria. And what we're beginning to see is some stability. An example is with the Forex. So we took this survey across several countries and territories. We had quite a number of participation from Africa. 79 family businesses did respond. If we go to the next slide, we'll get to see some of the questions that we asked and what you're saying. We asked questions around the mega trends. What are the mega trends? PwC came up with some study on some of the big trends we see that will be changing the future. And we had 5 big mega trends, one of which is the climate change. And there's a lot of talk about sustainability and going green. We did identify the demographic changes as well and shifts. We're seeing a lot of transition in terms of youthful population increasing in certain regions, but the aging population increasing in other regions. And that's what's also driving some of the policies we're seeing from immigration. Another mega trend is also around the social gap and wealth gap. And there's increased gap between the very rich and the poor, increased gap as well in terms of how educated the talent that will move our businesses forward will be. And that has a direct impact on the leadership that we'll have in the businesses that we're growing. So it was important that we took a pulse on the mega trends. What's important to you? Globally, we do see that those 5 trends, including AI, top the chart. So if you look way at the bottom, you see global businesses are very concerned about AI, much more than African businesses. But if you look at the top, the economic issues tend to still override. And I think for me, the insight is this then drawing us back from the innovation that we could have on the continent? And what can we do in terms of ensuring that stability continues from the economic side so we don't sweat our equity on those items and move to really what matters, innovation and sustainability? You'd see tax is there. Oh, you see the gap. 47 for Africa. Africa is in red and global is 35. So you see it's a big issue for African businesses. If we go on to the next slide, please. We looked at the reaction to these trends, how proactive were family businesses or are family businesses to these trends. And for the bulk of it, it feels like we're only reacting as the trends become apparent, as opposed to being proactive. So again, another insight that we need to take home in terms of asking ourselves, how is my own family business doing? On the next slide, we went on to ask about the specific problems other than the global trends that affect family businesses. And you see that the key things coming through are the top. So you have succession planning, you have market and competitive pressures, you have talent and leadership development, you also have access to capital. The big disparities between the global pairs and Africa family business pairs come when you look at succession planning and access to capital. So that's really a big thing drawing us back. And that's why I celebrate this summit every year, to say we have a wonderful platform to just unpack what succession planning should be about and what we need to do going forward. When we look at the next slide, we then went on to ask, because we see access to capital is an issue. how are we funding this in our regions? And you see at the top that a lot more family businesses are doing this with their patient capital. They are reinvesting their profits to grow. But then there are other channels for capital. And the question is, how do we explore fully this? Sometimes when you speak to the bankers, they say, oh, we don't have the right governance structures, the records are not in place, so it's difficult to advance those funds. But you would find that there are certain family businesses that are taking advantage of those and riding the tides. And so the question is, how can we avail ourselves of other funding allocations coming from third-party, strategic partnerships, but also government grants or subsidies, other than patient capital? When we go to the next slide, or just before the next slide, I do have another graph on the side that looks at short-term and balancing long-term issues. And remember, the mega trends are really long-term, but they're fast catching up with us now. The way AI is transforming everything, is breaking traditional boundaries, is questioning what you knew about how to manufacture, and it's pushing more of this to being service-led. So most of the economies that will thrive and will succeed are service-led oriented, as opposed to product-led oriented. We did a survey or an analysis in a strategy workshop where we looked at what's the price of a cup of coffee, $2. How much of that goes to the coffee beans that we exploit? And how much of that goes to the service in the cafe shop where we blend that and serve that coffee to an individual? A higher percentage of the value of that cup of coffee is in the sale of the coffee itself to the customer. So retail and distribution coming up strongly, as opposed to the value of the resources. And why is that? So recently we did also a big job across the West Market region that had to do with cocoa, with big investors looking to invest in that space. The big questions that were being asked were around, how do we ensure that there are no labor malpractices on the cocoa plantations? How do we ensure that we have geo-mapping that ensures that we're getting it sustainably and delivering it to Europe or Americas where they are used for the most part? Because if you'd ask me, most of the cocoa that we drink today comes from West Africa, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, all of these countries, Nigeria, struggling. We used to do cocoa before, but oil came and we ran away. Yeah, but we still do some cocoa. But again, if you look at the pricing, most of it is going to services. So again, when you then think about AI, what's happening? AI is questioning how those services can be delivered even. How can we remove the mediator and just make sure the coffee appears in your fridge immediately? Because it's sensed from your system that you're a coffee junkie and it wants to respond to that need. That's where the pricing is coming from. And that's why Silicon Valley is commanding most of that value and allocating capital to tech companies. So again, traditional businesses, the way you knew your business will change. So there is some balance when it comes to responding to the short-term risks, like the economic volatilities, and the long-term issues. But the question is, how are we taking that forward and implementing and changing processes and institutions to respect this balance that we believe and know to be true? When we go to the next slide, we ask the question around, how do you balance? We know how to balance our short and long-term goals, but what are you doing and why is that driving you to do this? And most of it was sitting at, oh, Africans, we love to preserve our family legacy. We love to take care of our communities. And that's what's top of the chart relative to other global peers. We even see that coming through, where you see, do we give dividends to family members or not? So we do want our family businesses or members to stay within the businesses. We want to reward all of our family business members with dividends as well. But there is a structure to doing so. There is a process to doing so and ensuring that you can sustainably do this. So while the intent is there, the political will is there, what's the capacity and the institution we've built around that to ensure it happens? When we go to the next slide, what did the survey tell us? Governance policies mostly used by family businesses are wills. If you look at the other tools, we surveyed, we asked questions around shareholders agreement, dividend policy, you see it begins to go down. When you come to family constitution, you see that it's down, yeah? So not so many of us know that some of these tools are what can preserve those long-term goals that we're aspiring to and the balance that we seek to achieve with the short-term crisis addressing. When we go on to the next slide, talent and leadership was also key. And here I like this because there is a keen knowing that we do need to scale up when it comes to specialized skills for business practices. And we find that those are challenging to do. So action again must be taken there. And this is where the next generation and preparing them comes forward. The exciting thing, however, about this slide for me was the last finding at the end, resistance from senior generation. So most times when next geners are talking about whether or not they should be part of the business, this my dad, it's too tough. His ways are not my ways. They can't see eye to eye on the board. So, but you see that it's kind of reducing. So I think a lot more senior members are embracing the fact that, you need to let go. The how is a different story, and we'll explore that a bit more in the fireside chat as well. And Africa seems to be doing worse because 32, a lot more people see that as a challenge in Africa than the global peers. Okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. Remember where I started, our little riddle. The first word that's been trending for the most part in this climb, tax. We asked questions. How do you believe you will sustain your business practices into the future? And that connection to community that we saw, how do you put that to practice? A lot more people say, yes, we do like to pay our taxes. We like the topic about sustainability. Some people felt that it was gray. So you'd see that there's a disparity, although more people were leaning more to, we need to embrace sustainable practices. But some people still feel it's hazy. When you talk ESG with some people, it's a soft topic. It's nice to hear, not nice to do. But these are real issues that are driving capital these days. But look at the last graph on the end. You see that a lot of family businesses like to pay their fair share of taxes, which is good. A round of applause. I think Taiwo should have been here. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for that. And I'm going to make noise as well about that statistic to say that family businesses like to pay their fair share of taxes, but they don't like to be cheated. So when you look at the bottom end, it says, we see tax as a cost to the business, and it needs to be minimized to stay competitive. And this is true, because when you look also at the trade agreements that we've signed, one of which is AFCFTA, one of the reasons why it hasn't gone forward is just the cooperation amongst countries to say we need to take off non-tariff barriers and also tariff barriers. If you're driving or selling your good across the West Market area, it's more expensive than selling or exporting to Asia. How is that so? How are we not able to do intertrade more flexibly across the continent as opposed to across continents? And again, when you look at Europe, a lot more of their trading is with countries within that continent. So 65% of their trade is within the continent there, as opposed to Africa, where it's only about 15%. So that needs to change as well. So taxes, I said I'll spend some time to talk about that and what it means. How can we minimize these taxes? How can we show that it's not a cost for us as family businesses? For me, family businesses are critical for the economy. Tax is a passion of mine as well. So I said I'll touch a bit on taxes as well. So to give you an insight of some of those areas where your planning can go into. So if we go to the next slide, what are some of the changes that we're seeing from this tax reform? And how can you use that to your advantage? Number one, residence is changing. The way you define yourself as a resident is changed. New rules are there. Before now, we will say a company that's incorporated in Nigeria is a Nigerian resident and pays taxes on their worldwide income. Now, a foreign company can be a Nigerian tax resident. How? Because we've introduced rules around management. Where are those companies managed from? And this is to align with what's going on internationally. So if you have a foreign vehicle, which is typical when you're structuring family businesses, you set up a vehicle outside Jersey, Isle of Man, UAE has come up, Mauritius is also another jurisdiction that we go to. The question is, what's the substance behind those entities? Are we just putting nominal directors on the entities so that they can just tick the box that they've had board meetings there? Or is management really sitting in Nigeria and they're just doing the board meetings virtually and not even traveling to Mauritius to give it substance? That foreign entity that you've created, even though you've created it for a tax advantage, automatically becomes a Nigerian resident. And you pay taxes at what rate? 34%. At a minimum, 15%. So what's the use of then sweating your capital and putting a Mauritius vehicle if you're not going to be keen around building the right governance that takes you out of that tax net? So residence is critical. And as an individual as well, once you're a resident, you pay taxes on your worldwide income. Again, that definition is important. So these are big changes that are coming through. The one that has been making the rounds is on the higher CGT rate at 30% or 25%, depending on your income bracket. Critical as well. Impute VAT. You can claim a lot more of your VAT now. That's an advantage for you because it improves your operating margin. So don't forget, if you take anything away from here, don't forget to make sure that you get yourself ready to start claiming a deduction for the VAT that you've suffered on all your purchases, because that improves your margin as a business. E-invoicing, if you don't get plugged into the FIRS's digital platform, you're going to be fined from 2026, 200,000 naira for every transaction that has not been done on that e-invoicing platform. So it's important that we get to understand what this is all about. And as I close on the next page, tax is no longer that issue where you say it's a cost line, we need to minimize the cost. It's a business issue now. It's wrapped in business issues. And so you must reframe conversations around those business issues. And questions such as, welcome. This is the fireside chat I've been looking forward to. So I welcome again the El Khalil family. Thank you for being here. All right. Okay. So reframing our business conversations is asking a lot of questions from the tax reform as well, and even all of the survey findings that we've looked at. Ask questions around who you are doing business with, what processes are you deploying, how is capital allocated, how are decisions being made, and where are they being made from? How do we reward ourselves? Yes, is dividend the best way to keep rewarding ourselves, even though we like to pay dividends to family members? Is there a better way we can structure that? How are you preserving value? When you allocate your assets to trust, what are the tax implications? Knowing that now a foreign trust can become a resident of Nigeria as well. And it goes down to the elements, the nitty-gritty of those assets. The one more thing, I thought to add this because we have a panel on art, and I'm sure as you came along, you saw some beautiful artwork. Art is beautiful, and it is very expensive as well. And sometimes difficult to understand what value it attracts. So if you're transferring some of that art as well to trust structures or new structures you're setting up, a lot of questions need to be asked around the valuation and the rebasing of those assets. And on that note, I'd like to thank you very much for listening to me. I hope that you download the Family Business Survey to get more insights. So, Lele.
I think we should put our hands together for her one more time. Thank you so very much, Esiri. I always learn so much about different things whenever you present. So thank you for that, and well done. So welcome to everyone who has joined us in the meantime. I'm sure you've noticed that back here resembles a little bit of an art gallery or somebody's living room. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's going on behind me before we invite the next agenda item. So behind me is a painting by Ben Enohu. It's called the Ogolo. You can take a look at it right there. And also outside, we happen to have a carving that is over 100 years old, which is the Olowe of Ise carvings. Please definitely take a look at that. The furniture today has been given to us by Sofas and More, and the art has been provided by LH Gallery. So for all you arts enthusiasts, please make sure to take a look and purchase if you'd like. So since we've heard from Isiri about those very interesting numbers about family business and the trends, it is my pleasure to move on to a short but very powerful session on the role of storytelling in shaping multi-generational wealth strategies. Please make welcome Ms. Nene Bejide, who is the founder and CEO of Blanche Eagle Communications, for a lightning talk titled Narrating Legacy, the Role of Storytelling in Multi-Generational Wealth Strategy. Let's put our hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I think I should come on stage. Okay. Okay. So who's projecting? So I'm just going to use my iPad while I wait for them. My name is Nene Isinome Bejide, and I'm the founder and lead consultant at Blanche Eagle Communications. So we're doing a very powerful conversation today on storytelling for family-owned businesses in Nigeria. And for us, this is a very strong topic for us, I mean, because we see this a lot. But I'll do a quick intro into who we are. We are a public relations agency and marketing communications agency based in Lagos with core focus on corporate communications, events, and lifestyle. So moving to why storytelling. So this is very interesting when we get people come with briefs, questions, and things they want to do. So at the heart of everything that we do is communications. We would speak to someone, at the door, we've spoken to someone while we're sitting down. And it's just very important that how we communicate is clear. And we see that a lot of people, a lot of people have like some misconception, maybe because someone did not communicate clearly or they just did not like how the person was communicating. So let's put that on a broader scale, looking at it for storytelling as a business. I think that what you're projecting is wrong, whoever is handling it. Yeah, it's upside down. Yeah, it's not correct. Maybe while you're trying to figure that out, you can just put off the screen so that we don't miscommunicate. Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to use my iPad and I will try to make this broader. So talking about a Nigerian culture, just really in Nigeria, we have a culture which is really all about connection, community. This shapes the way that we live and do businesses. And storytelling just sits at the heart of these values. And in today's crowded market, where brands are competing for attention, we have content creators, we have different business creators, we have a lot of creators in that space, and people are struggling for attention. It is now very interesting for us to know that people no longer just buy products alone. They buy into the meaning, they buy into your emotions, and they buy into your originality. So for family-owned businesses, storytelling must be more than marketing. It should be a way to keep the founder's vision alive. So this moves us to the Nigerian family business landscape. So what we are really looking at here is to discuss and see, how we can make storytelling better in the Nigerian family business space and why storytelling matters. And if we look at 4 things why storytelling matters, we have emotional connection, which is stories create more memorable experiences than facts. And then we also look at trust building. So we can actually create authentic narratives, establish credibility and customer loyalty, and promoting cultural heritage. So Nigerian family stories, sharing the rich culture, why the founder started, why the business is here in the first place. And then the fourth one is competitive edge. Now, how does this give us? Even though we have a lot of people in the creative space selling the same products, doing the same things, our stories are very different. They are like zebra prints. They are not the same. So we can always tell like our unique story that cannot be replicated by the next person doing the same business as us. So we're looking at a family business framework. So we're looking at the family business story framework. So how can we build a family business story framework? So we have 5 things outlined, right? So a strong business story is more than a timeline. It's a communication framework that connects purpose with perception. Now, this is actually very important for us business owners, even public relations, marketing. Now, the reason is because sometimes people come with big campaigns to say, I want to launch this product. But they forget that before you launch the product, who are you? What are you selling? We are not just pushing sales. We need to push a story so that when people see this product, if you release something else tomorrow, people believe in the credibility of what you're selling. And they've also seen like a success story. So we had put together like a 5 framework, which is the first one is origin. Define why, which is why you started the business in the first place, what you stand for. And then we move to values. The values needs to show your principles that guides your decision and shape the culture. You as a person, even the company as a community, and this should reflect down to the employees and not just the founders or the C-levels alone. So we move to impact. Impact is very important, right? Because we need to be able to highlight how the business is creating values and making life better for everyone. We move to evolution, which is for us to keep learning. I mean, maybe when the business started 10 years ago, it was working. We're not saying we're going to scrap the things that, because new things have come. We're saying we are going to find ways to adapt and also keep improving with time. And then growth definitely comes from adapting and staying ahead. Then legacy, staying consistent with value and impact, which is taking us back to 2 and 3, to saying that if we have clear goals, clear objectives, and our values are strong, and we are able to drive impact, then we can build a legacy company. So I just moved, this is supposed to just be like a quick fire storytelling in action, just to give examples, to give us, I think that should be the next slide, to give us like an example of some businesses that, I mean, there are a lot, but just some businesses quick that we can look at. So for example, if we see the likes of Mercedes-Benz, GB Foods, GT Bank, we can see that, I mean, when people think about Benz, they would typically think of prestige, innovation, and timeless excellence. This did not just come from when they are launching a car and they just say, oh, we're launching this product, come and buy. This came from the story they told behind the brand, the reason why people should drive this car, the reason why people should want to aspire to be able to own one. And then we look at GB Foods. So GB Foods, they have built, I mean, they are an FMCG brand, and they've built their story around warmth, culture, and everyday connection. And you can see that at the heart of everything that they do. I mean, the company is based in Spain, but if you come down to what they do in Nigeria or other African countries, they have very strong African products. And if you look at their market share, you would see that they actually gained that because of their tagline, which is celebrating local flavors. And they do that in going deep-rooted into not just creating spices because it's working in Spain, but they are creating spices because they are trying to solve a problem, create an impact in the country. So, I mean, some of their products that people would know, Gino, I think that tomato paste and Bama, and that's to mention a few. So we now look at GT Bank. When people see GT Bank, it shows creativity, youthfulness, and simplicity. they've been able to merge lifestyle and modern day banking and consumer marketing. So these are like 3 highlights that we created, and then we just go to our last slide. I hope I was fast enough. So we say how to tell your story effectively. Okay, thank you. So for this, we're just going to leave you with 5 key points on how to tell your story effectively. So first thing is build from within. Authentic storytelling begins with clarity. So it needs to be clear to you, it needs to be clear to your team. I mean, your employees are like the first set of people that would experience the brand. So it needs to be clear to members of the team why they are here, what you're doing, and what the company stands for. Then the second one is use modern platforms with strategy. We understand that everyone is on Instagram, on TikTok, but then if you are going to use modern platforms, you need to understand that your values are not shaken when you're trying to join the platforms. You have to be clear with your communications. You have to know the right platforms you want to be on. You probably don't have to post every day, but just probably post the right things. And then maintain consistency. Every visual, every message, every tone should reinforce the same story. You can put something very lively, lifestyle focused, but it needs to be very clear what the brand stands for. It's not today it's a comical brand, tomorrow it's a lifestyle, next tomorrow it's a inspirational speaking brand. So involve next generation. So involving next generation doesn't mean we're doing away with the older generation, because I mean wisdom is key. So we would definitely keep the older generation there, but equipping the younger family members to express the brand stories in ways that connect with today's audience while preserving its essence. So I also think that even as next gens, if we have some of the next geners here, it's safe to say that we should still regard the things of the old and the past that were done and just look at modern ways on how we can now amplify the same story. The 5th one says evolve with purpose. And evolving with purpose means that I am just really focusing on looking at the values and not shifting. I mean, we can adapt to the times, but at the same time, adapt our story to new audience or adapt your story to new audience without losing its soul. So this brings me to the end of my lightning talk. So thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so very much, Nene. Let's put our hands together for her one more time. Storytelling is definitely an avenue for businesses to continue to advertise and advocate for what they do. So thank you so very much, Nene. I hope everybody learns a thing or two. So continuing on with our agenda, I'm very, very excited that we're going to be hearing from one of our sponsors today, one of our very valued sponsors from the Mauritius Commercial Bank, on how financial institutions can help their families expand their wealth portfolios. So please help me in welcoming Mr. Abiodun Aziz, the country representative of Mauritius Commercial Bank, to deliver his keynote entitled Beyond Banking, Multi-Asset Portfolio Strategies for Family Enterprises. So let's put our hands together for Abiodun Aziz, country representative of Mauritius Commercial Bank.
Hello, good morning, everybody. And I would just want to say a very warm welcome and thank you to the organizers, the conveners of the event, and the business leaders present today. Pleasure to meet you all. Look, my presentation, I think PwC has given a good overview of the family businesses based on the survey they did. So I would just want to share more light on Mauritius as a jurisdiction for the kind of business you do and the kind of profile of family business owners, MCB as a bank, what we offer, and possibly also touch on some of the product or our views on diversification of a portfolio. So I think I will just use that structure. So to start with Mauritius itself, I don't know if the slide is on. Mauritius is in the Indian Ocean. It's a small island country, but itself is very, very supportive of of wealth management. And in fact, Mauritius is called the millionaire's magnet in terms of the kind of a profile of inhabitants. So Mauritius, I'll just give a few points about Mauritius itself. So Mauritius, it's an investment grade country. I think it's only investment grade, one of the 2 investment grade countries in Africa. It's a trusted international financial center and gateway to Africa and Asia, leveraging on an investment grade and its diversified ecosystem. Legal, tax, and regulatory framework are supportive of family enterprises and family business. Access to cross-border financing and structuring, I've mentioned, is an ideal platform for risk mitigation and with a wide network of double taxation agreements. I know that Esiri touched on taxation and the impact of offshoring your entities. So Mauritius has a double taxation agreement, so that will be beneficial to you. It's an internationally, as I mentioned, it's an internationally recognized financial center, and it's actually it has a dual legal system. There's the French, it's a bilingual country. It's French speaking and it's English speaking. And in terms of the laws, they use the English law and the French law. So that is also something that is unique to Mauritius itself. And beyond being a sophisticated platform for cross-border investment, the Mauritius IFC is ideal position to attract investment and foster prosperity in and across Africa. Mauritius offers a vast ecosystem and experience which other emerging African IFCs are still trying to achieve. I mean, there are other upcoming IFCs in Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, but Mauritius itself is way ahead. So in terms of just in terms of the people that use, or the sort of people that use Mauritius, or the sort of entities that use Mauritius, as of January 1925, about 950 global funds are domiciled in Mauritius. Okay, that's from about that's about 950 global funds are domiciled in Mauritius. That means they're using Mauritius as a platform, either as a holding company or as an investment into the country. So investors coming from outside Africa use Mauritius to access the company, and vice versa. So maybe then I can just. Okay, the slide is on. So those are some of the information I've shared. Is an investment grade entity, double taxation agreement with several countries. In the governance Moabudo index, it's number 2 now in Africa. So I think that's as I've spoken to. So to MCB itself as an entity, we play an active role to support family enterprises across Africa as they scale, diversify, and pass on the baton. So this support is delivered through a collaborative approach. We have a private wealth management team, and we also have a global international corporate team, which in some institutions, these are called corporate banking. So there's a very robust handshake in managing your business and managing your personal wealth in the way we operate. So that's why some of the ways we support the family businesses. The future of family businesses lies in their ability to evolve while staying true to their roots. With rising generational complexities and growing cross-border ambition, families are seeking advisors who understand this unique context. And together we align the ambitions of the personal wealth strategies while taking into account governance structures. So, as an institution, we pride ourselves in outside the typical European, the Switzerland, etc. of this world. I think from an African context, Mauritius is the number 1 jurisdiction for wealth management and private banking on the continent. So, just to touch on what we see as a trend of family businesses in Africa, okay? So we didn't do a very detailed survey like PwC, but we see some trends like from our activities. Look, I mean, in terms of generating employment and wealth in Africa, 80% of it is through family businesses, okay? But unfortunately, we've seen that about only 30% of these businesses move to the next, beyond the first generation, move to the second, third generation. About 30% make that transition. And we now notice that the the next geners have some ideas or something, how am I going to put it? In terms of differenting their own ideas from the founders, some key issues are creeping up. And so we touched on it, AI. AI is something that they see as very key, and we think that in future AI is going to drive the conversations and in businesses in Africa. She mentioned something about coffee, how you can get to know a coffee addict. So we believe those sort of things are those sort of trends that we see in the family business. And like the topic has said, diversification is diversification of portfolio for resilience. We also believe that this is key, and we will touch on this. I mean, in the fireside chats and by the discussions. But we also offer a couple of ideas on diversification: diversification by asset class, diversification by jurisdiction. For example, we have. Hold on a second. There are some asset classes that are coming up now. We see ESG, fixed income, by jurisdictions, we're offshore in terms of keeping some of the wealth or the assets on the continent and offshoring some of the assets. In terms of even in terms of asset class, there was a mention of the artworks. Is also something that we also know that is developing interest. So those sort of non-conventional asset classes are also very key in diversifying the asset. And for MCB, I mentioned before, because we see that there's the aspiration of the companies and the founders are aligned, we also are able to leverage the personal wealth or the personal businesses or the personal assets of the UBOs or the sponsors or the founders to help support the business in terms of access to capital that was mentioned earlier. So we can have structures around providing access to capital for the business based on the profile or the assets of the promoters or the UBOs. So there are several ways to support family businesses in our own platform. And also we have a couple of ideas regarding on asset classes based on the appetite and the risk threshold of the family, of course. So I hope we can have more conversations around this as the event unfolds, and we look forward to having one-on-one discussions with the attendees here. There is a deal room session happening later in the afternoon. We are keen to be part of that, because what we're going to do, we have our colleagues, some of them are joining onshore, some of them are here, some of them are virtually. We'll listen to the presentation and probably be able to offer ideas and solutions to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abiodun Aziz, and to the Mauritius Commercial Bank for supporting this event. So we've come to a very exciting part of the agenda, which is our first panel. We've been talking about data points and findings about family business, but we're finally moving from dream to dynasty. So please, let's welcome our moderator, Ms. Kemi Ojenike, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Meristem Family Office, who will be our moderator for today. This panel is quite exciting because we have people joining us from all around the world, from Hong Kong, from Belgium. So let's welcome Zipo Lai, who is the head of Family Office Europe Invest Hong Kong. Let's put our hands together for her. Angel Chia, the Executive Director of the Hong Kong Academy for Wealth and Legacy. Let's put our hands together for them. And last but not least, let's put our hands together for Samir Vaswani, Chief Operating Officer at Asudamal Group. Let's put our hands together for him. I believe Angel Chia is joining us via Zoom. So please kindly make arrangements for her to be seen on screen. So over to you, Kemi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. I am delighted to be leading this conversation, this very interesting conversation on the practicalities of moving from dream to dynasty and just what a family office is and the role it plays in making that possible. Now, typically, the founders of a business have two core desires. First is the desire to build and succeed in building. And usually, thankfully, that happens. They've given a lot, they give their time, their sweat, and they build successfully. The next desire is for what they have built to last. Typically, they dream that their children will be a part of that vision in some way. They hope that their sacrifice will carry on beyond their lifetime. But typically, what happens is that moving from that dream to a reality does not often happen. And in other situations, that dream could actually become a nightmare. And so, the question is, what exactly does it take to move from a place of building successfully, building an enterprise, to a place where you are able to step away, see that enterprise outlive you, and do it successfully over time? What is required? What is the right mindset that is needed to do that? What are the right structures? And who are the people successfully that we can learn from? As our MC said, we have a few very interesting perspectives that we'll be exploring in the course of this panel session. Can we please confirm that Angel is online? Awesome. Please confirm you can hear us, Angel. Good morning.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Awesome. And so we're going to begin with a quick 5-minute session, 2 quick 5-minute presentations. And the first will be led by Samir Vaswani, the COO of Asudamal Group. Now, Samir will be sharing an interesting perspective with us because he is in a family business that has been in existence for almost a century now. That's almost 100 years. So for 5 minutes, we're going to hear from him. He will set the tone from a very practical perspective in terms of what his family does and how they have managed to achieve this feat. Over to you, Samir.
Thank you, Kemi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. A really brief 5-minute presentation on who we are and our sort of family legacy business. Hoping for there we go. So our legacy begins 1928 with my grandfather, Mr. Asudamal Vaswani, who the family group is named after. A very brave and bold man, left India in 1921, hopped on a boat and sailed over to Hong Kong, fresh and with a really clean start, and started the business. Unfortunately, World War II had its impact on the business, Japanese occupation of Hong Kong, and the business, unfortunately, did not do too well due to those geopolitical tensions. But in the late 50s, leadership passed on to his son, who is my father. He was born in Hong Kong, raised in Hong Kong, and he was able to revitalize the business from then on. 1971, from one British colony, Hong Kong, to another British colony here in Nigeria. Landed here in 1971, purchased a shop in Ereko Market, inherited the name DK, selling ladies' garments, would you believe? And that laid the foundation for DK and Sons, which is now known for the trading business here in Nigeria. My father had 3 sons, 3 boys. I'm the youngest. 2 of them were born in Hong Kong. I myself born here in Lagos. Yes. St. Nicholas Hospital when NEPA was a reliable source of energy. So yeah, 1990s, the eldest son, my oldest brother, he was dragged to join the family business, kicking and screaming. I was sharing with Kemi earlier, my oldest brother was forced to join the family business. Eldest son, great expectations from my dad. And then the next two brothers were given a bit more freedom. And I was given the most leeway. But he was really instrumental in evolving that single trading business into the diversified DK group of companies, which we are now known. So we have trading operations, we have manufacturing operations here in Nigeria. And then I joined in 2002. I came back to Lagos, where I was born. And then my other brother also joined around 2012. And there was the solidification of the third generation's leadership in this business. Today, we're an international group with operations in Hong Kong, Nigeria, Ghana, India, and most recently in Dubai. And as we said, celebrating a full century in 2028. Thank you. Thank you very much. So yes, the family business was always the focus, right? It was the engine in creating the core wealth for the family. That wealth grew very slowly, steadily, and then investing that wealth, subsequently followed. As wealth accumulated, a strategic shift towards investing began. We of course started like many people, many families around the world. We started with property, real estate. We diversified into various asset classes, real estate, public markets, and of course some private equity more recently as well. The next chapter was to set up a more structured family office. Entrepreneurs believe they can do everything, especially when they run successful businesses. But we felt, or we recognized, that we have certain limitations, and entrepreneurs are not necessarily the best money managers and the best wealth managers. So we set up our structured family office, established in Hong Kong. By the way, PwC was very instrumental in helping us do that. So thank you to PwC for doing that. Major advantage of doing in Hong Kong, obviously, as our home, but leveraging Hong Kong's very favorable tax structure, the robust financial ecosystem that enables family offices to thrive and succeed. And the mission, right? The mission is of course very important in any organization, and professionally manage and preserve family wealth for the current and future generations, as well as philanthropic goals and giving back to the community that has helped us grow. Our governance framework is of course, again, very instrumental in setting up that family office. We have our core investment principles, defined risk parameters, clear asset allocation strategies, and of course, an investment committee comprising of us, the family, the custodians, the beneficiaries of the family office, an investment manager, and financial and compliance teams to help us execute and to take the emotion out of it, right? As custodians of the wealth, a lot of emotion can be involved. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears have gone into building that wealth. So it's good sometimes to take that emotion out and have a nice team to support and help execute.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that foundation. That has been so practical. Thank you for sharing that with us. Again, we will move to another short presentation from Zippo, who is coming from a practitioner angle now. She heads the Family Office Europe, Invest Hong Kong, and she'll tell us a bit about what they do and how they support families, global families, in setting up these wealth-preserving structures. Over to you.
Right, so thank you, Kemi. So good morning, distinguished gentlemen and ladies. I'm very happy and honored to be here. My name is Zippo. I work for a branch of the Hong Kong government called Invest Hong Kong. So today I'm here on behalf of Invest Hong Kong, on behalf of the Hong Kong government, as an effort to explain more about Hong Kong and build relationships between you all and the other part of the world, Asia, Hong Kong. So first of all, may I ask who have been to Hong Kong or to Asia here in this room? Great, awesome. And as we have just heard, there are many existing relationships between Nigeria and Hong Kong already. Samir and his family So that's why I'm very happy to be here today to talk about Hong Kong. So Invest Hong Kong is, like I said, a part of the Hong Kong government. We are the investment promotion agency. We are the business people of the government. The mission of the organization is to promote and facilitate foreign direct investments to Hong Kong, as well as investments from Hong Kong to the rest of the world, especially Africa, especially Nigeria. We have about 400 people in the organizations. About 1/3 of us are not based in Hong Kong. I am myself based in Belgium, in Brussels. I also have a colleague, my colleague Holger here today, who is our main person for Africa. He's based in Nairobi, but he comes here all the time. He has an official office here. So our jobs to work with different family business owners, different family office principals like yourselves, to bring you to Hong Kong, be it your family business and or your family wealth. So that's our mission. We organize ourselves by industry sectors team. So basically, our organization brings any kind of business to Hong Kong. It can be from hospitality and tourism to natural resources to infrastructure projects to professional services firm like PwC, although PwC has a huge presence in Hong Kong already, as Samir knows. Financial services from banks to fintech firms to virtual assets, any kind of financial service related. We also have a creative industries and sports team to bring museums, art galleries, schools, or sports training centers, everything to Hong Kong. So that's my short introduction.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Now, let's get into the meat of this conversation. Translating from dream to dynasty usually would require a founder, a business builder, to step back from what they have built and allow the next generation or the next generation of managers to take it forward. And we all know, and Isiri alluded to this, that it's not the easiest thing to do for founders, understandably so. Having spent the bulk of one's active life building something, there is sometimes that fear of, will they do it well? Will it continue? And what will I do with myself when I am no longer in the core of this? So we're going to ask Samir, from your experience, your family's experience, I mean, over almost 100 years now, how was the founder and the subsequent leaders across time, how were they able to step back from that management to creating a structure that others could take forward?
As we've heard already today, you know, the previous generation were quite restrictive. They began the business all those years ago. They were brave, they were bold, they had vision. But I don't think, at least my father predicted that this business would last 100 years, and of course then have his offspring take over and grow it to what it is today. But it is our generation, i.e. me and my brothers, who then decided to put that sort of more structure in place. So we of course have the usual governance boards of running our businesses. We have heads of departments who make their own decisions. But as far as the family is concerned, each of us are responsible or are in charge of our own verticals. But we have set up a family board on top of the sort of company boards. That gives us the structure. It helps us to share our vision or even evolve the vision as we grow and as we move along. And it solidifies our corporate values, our mission, our corporate identity. And so that family council, if you will, it has been quite valuable and quite important for us to have that structure, but yet allow for the next generation to come in and carry on the growth.
Awesome. So we hear you say there was some sort of an alignment from the beginning. While your dad did not envision that it would last this long, there was a willingness to allow the next generation sort of come in and take charge of certain aspects of the business. And then the family council structure sort of helped to keep everyone aligned. I would love to hear from Angel, who's joining us virtually. From your experience working with families, global families, what would you say is perhaps the difficulty that you have seen founders face in trusting others to take over the ongoing management of their business? And how has this been managed, based on your experience? Would love to hear from you.
Hi, thank you so much. And hello from Hong Kong. I'm so sad that I'm not able to make this with myself physically to join all. I'm really glad that I have friends. Friends from Hong Kong or friends related to Hong Kong. Both friends actually that I know to be there in person and to speak with you. The question that we were mentioning, Samir actually mentioned that already. You have specifically have spent most of their active and the operating you mentioned spending most of the active life focusing on building a business and I would also say that the suite that we face today is essentially a product of time as well. It's talking about the founders of business over the last 20, 30 years, for example. It has been met with a lot of challenges, at the same time, a very fast pace of development everywhere in the world in terms of economics and other market conditions, and therefore it became quite natural for the founders to feel like it is very hard to relinquish control, because once you sort of put your foot off the pedal, very likely the business becomes uncompetitive already. So I think holistically as a community, coming around families, including the now gen, the founders, as well as the next gen, it is first of all very important to recognize the background by which the founders have faced, which is how we then should try to figure out a way to tackle potentially that situation. I've always, at least based on the conversation that I have seen, particularly in Asia, between the challenges of now gen, as well as the different layer of challenges faced by the next gen, we have seen the possibility of creating further excitement as opposed to the fear and the nerve that is faced by founders to have to let go. So I love that previous presentation actually from communications talks about storytelling, talks about narrative, because I think at this point it is very important, at least for us, to recognize first and foremost, is there a way for us to change the narrative about legacy, about succession, particularly for the now-gen founders? It is not about relinquishing. It's not about letting go. It's not about parking themselves, into a stop per se. It is a lot of time the impression that is faced by the now-gen, but creating the excitement for the next phase for the now-gen to move on to being the wiser wisdom, being the mentor, being the visionary for the business as well as for the families. So I think that would be so far probably the most powerful way of communication that we can try to introduce into the narrative of succession.
Brilliant. Thank you, Angel. I think that's such an important perspective and an important way to frame this journey. Because first of all, it's the need to understand, like Angel said, the background of the founder. It's easy to simply say, oh, they built it their whole lives, they don't want to let go. But one needs to understand where they're coming from and the sentiment that drives that perspective. And then layering on that is, like Angel said, recrafting the story. It's not simply handing over, it's opening up a new phase. And it's not losing relevance, but it's changing your position into a new, more important role. So going from being the CEO in active engagement, for instance, to becoming some sort of a coach, to becoming some sort of a guide that is helping the next generation to move what you have built to the next level. This sort of framing, we believe, from what Angel is telling us, is important in helping founders take that necessary step to move things forward. Now, moving on very quickly, we understand that family offices are gaining traction in Africa, in Nigeria. We've recognized family office structures as necessary for the journey of legacy building. But what we've also seen is that there is a very high likelihood of falling into the trap of setting up a family office as just another investment vehicle that manages the money of the family. Yet we know that family offices have so much more potential in helping families navigate the various intricacies of building and sustaining legacy. So we will hear again briefly from Angel in terms of your experience, right? And how you have seen families deploy family offices in your jurisdiction to do more than managing money. Because wealth advisory firms can easily manage money. But what we've seen is that a focus on money alone in preserving legacy is actually quite faulty and even dangerous. So, Angel, before we come back to our physical members of the panel, tell us, what have you seen in terms of how family offices have been deployed in your jurisdiction and how it has made a difference in the journey of the family?
Angel, can I just add one point before you speak?
Sure.
I just want to mention that you mentioned in jurisdiction, our jurisdiction, so Hong Kong for both Angel and me, and Hong Kong has over 2,700 family offices, some bigger, some smaller, according to a study by another Big Four just published last year. So Angel, to you, your experience working with these family offices. Thank you.
Can you hear us? Okay, so we were asking about your experience with how families. Okay, go ahead.
So what you said, I don't think so what we can see in Asia, for example. The reality is most of the family office, I want to focus on single family offices, not commercial, not family offices, not management, but even for the single family offices. Those that have the sufficient size and therefore the diverse breadth of necessary professionals to handle multiple functionalities and mandates above and beyond investments. To me, entirely honest, that is far enough from me. But I don't want to. But this observation should not be a disappointing one. I want to reason with everyone to better appreciate as to why that's the case. I think it should be surprising for us to realize that fundamentally there is different talent pool for those that are mandated to discharge investment and board management services. But at the same time, if we're talking about practitioner families through very complex conversations, manage differences, avoid conflict. These are, we're probably looking at fundamentally the functionalities of things like mediation, interceding, negotiation capabilities, right? So these are not the type of talent that you usually will find in the traditional investment portfolio people anywhere. And at the same time, these are the type of functionalities that can be accumulated over casework. Right, so as we would better appreciate from things like tax advisors to legal advisors, for example, which means that for single families to have internal staff like that, first of all, because they're there to serve ones who have needs, even if they have diverse problems, but it's still will have. Secondly, actually, it reduces the opportunity for this professional to carry out this particular function, to accumulate a wide range of experiences, and therefore, this kind of functions is much better sought from proper, independent, third-party professional only. I think that would be a better way for family principals when they're thinking about overall family office or steward office design to understand that there are some functionalities that are just best coordinated from the outside, utilized from the outside. I would possibly
Thank you so much for that. So one key point that we have received there is the fact that the process of preserving legacy is a very nuanced, multidimensional conversation, and reducing the family office to the investment management office of the family alone is quite limiting and does not allow the family to benefit from the breadth of all that can be done and all that needs to be managed to get the results that we're actually seeking. Now, let's go very quickly to preparing the next generation, Samir, and what it was like in your family. Well, you had alluded to that a little bit at the beginning, that different members of your family, of your siblings, had different experiences in terms of what was needed for them to participate in the business. But from your experience, what would you advise is a wise way to go about it, where you achieve your goal without alienating the next generation? At the same time, you're able to get the full value of family members to contribute to building this legacy in the family?
Like I said earlier, you know, I mean, keeping businesses adept and agile is really important. Agility is key, especially in these dynamic environments that we operate in, where government policy frameworks are constantly changing and evolving. So yeah, agility is a very important factor, I think. And in that agility, you're providing that autonomy to the family members who are within the business. In our structure, we are three. Each of us is responsible for our own sort of vertical within the business. We don't really have a say in the nitty-gritty or the micro of each other's vertical, but we are all answerable to that family board, family council. And then we have a crystallized set of values, should I say, you know, mission for the businesses, values for the business, and we constantly refer back to those. And as sort of new family members join the group or the family business, we allow for evolution, right? We allow for those generations to come in, to again be agile, to again look at those values and mission, adapt, evolve, so they can contribute, they can add to the overall sort of vision of the business, and we feel that has really helped in maintaining that entrepreneurial spirit that we like to keep.
Thank you. And Zippo, if you were going to advise families that want to take the first step in preserving wealth, what would you say is a wise way to begin?
Well, I don't have my own family office, but then I would think for each family is to align the interests of different family members. What's the point of setting up a formal structure or formal charter of some sort? And what is the priorities of the family? It can be for succession planning. It can be some kind of philanthropic purpose. Like Samir's family, they chose to be, the family office chose to be based in Hong Kong because Hong Kong is your home, but also because, like you have on your slide, Hong Kong has a very favorable tax system. Maybe both English and Chinese are official languages in the city. So location is one consideration, but of course every family is different.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We would now like to open up for questions from the audience. One thing that we have established is that the journey from dream to dynasty is one that requires a lot of deliberateness, is one that requires that we adopt a very holistic picture. We're being told from experience that if we're going to build what will last long enough, then we need to be willing, first of all, to create the right structure. And then the founder needs to be willing to bring in the next generation in a way that they can contribute meaningfully. The next generation also needs to understand where the founder is coming from, the context of what has been built, and take it forward. We also need to have structures that help to minimize conflict. There has to be alignment. There must be some sort of middle ground where we are working towards something that we all believe in. The previous session told us about storytelling. Family members must understand who they are, where they are coming from, and what they are buying into, and what their role in that is. Do we have any questions, any comments from the audience? Okay, I see one hand over there. Any other questions? Okay, two. We'll limit to 2 questions because of time now.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua, and I have a question for Zippo, and it's mainly about timing. I understand everything we've been talking about, but in my opinion, or what I've seen in most situations is timing is really, really important for growth. So my question is there should a company get to a particular size, or should I say a particular market cap or a particular level in their business before they decide they want to start the family planning or have a family office? Or because there are situations where most people want to have some of these structures or some of these things, or they want to start these things, but instead they should be focusing more on growth first before they do these things. Because if they should start thinking about these things and their family members are also not ready to key into this thing, it's just going to be a wasted effort. So my question is really about timing. Is there a particular time? Is there a particular period where they say, okay, it's time for us to start this thing? Or you can start even as you're starting your business, or if you're the founder of the business, is that when you should start having discussions about that?
Thank you for your question. From a personal perspective, I think there's no precise standard answer to this question. I think every family requires planning. From my previous job experience, we always told clients it's better to start planning before any conflict arises. Conflict avoidance is a big thing. And there are always some external events that trigger some sort of formal planning. For example, the family wants to make an investment. The siblings started to think about divisions of responsibilities. There's sometimes something sad happens, some family member passed. I have run into different circumstances, but I think when you start doing something bigger, what a family normally does, it sounds fake, but that requires some more formal planning in a way. Samir, you have any experience to share?
Yeah, no right or wrong answer here. No sort of set time. But as long as your family business, which, as I said, is the engine of your growth, as long as that business is solid, it's in a good place, it has strong foundations, it is structured so that it can carry on whilst the owners can take a step back and perhaps focus on other things. As long as you are comfortable with that, and of course you have the resources to do it, I think that is about the right time that you can start thinking about setting up a family office and diverting your attention to that new project.
Very spot on. And just to add, beyond setting up a standard family office structure, you want to also begin to do the foundational work of preparation. Many times, many think that it's after you have hit a certain financial milestone that you begin to think about setting up a family office. But if you do that, what typically happens is that you have not taken advantage of time to get certain structures right and ready for you. So by all means, whatever level of business you're at, you want to begin to have these conversations and think through what your family's priorities are and how you can prepare your family members for where you're going. I believe we have one more question. Okay, one more question, please. Over there.
All right, 1 second. We also have one question online.
Okay.
So
the question I wanted to ask has been asked, but I want to ask Samia. What I wanted to ask was, what's the best time for us to have a family office? Because we have considered that in our own business, and it seemed like it wasn't the right time, but it has been answered. And I wanted to ask Samia, from your experience, you told us that each of you sort of have different interests. Wasn't the same thing your father was doing that you ended up doing. How were you able to synthesize these different interests into the family business?
Thank you. Yeah, good question. Well, I think, like I said earlier, there's a blessing in being the eldest son, and there's a blessing in being the youngest son. We were each given a little bit of freedom. So I had a real passion and interest for food, where our family business had never really ventured into. There was a pure trading business from the 60s and 70s, consumer electronics, white goods, so on and so forth. We were never into manufacturing, and we were never into food. But when I moved here to Lagos, I had an interest in food. We saw an opportunity here to get into manufacturing. At that time, Nigerian government, all pro policies encouraging manufacturing investment in this country. And so an opportunity presented itself. And again, through that family council and an alignment of decision making, I was given the chance to set up a food enterprise and diversify the business interest into a new direction. My other brother also has started his own vertical, again deviating from the traditional trading lines that the business was built on. And yeah, I think that sort of mutual trust and respect within the family enabled us to give each other that leeway and freedom to introduce new ventures.
Samir also mentioned earlier the need to evolve. It is very detrimental for founders, business owners to be rigid in the roles that they believe that children and next generation members should fill. It limits the family members and does not allow us get the full benefit of the next generation. So while founders may have a dream as to how they want their children and grandchildren to participate in the business, it's important to be open-minded, identify the strengths and the abilities that each child brings to the table, and find where it fits best, such that you minimize friction and we're all working towards the same goal. Thank you all so much for your attention. It's been a fantastic conversation, and we look forward to engaging further. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Angel, Samir, Zipo.
thank you very much to our panelists. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. And if you could please stay on the stage to take a picture. Mr. Agbogun, would you like to join them for a picture, please? Thank you. And Ogene Boke as well, if you could join them on stage for a picture. No, not now. No. All right, thank you very much. Okay, could you please stay on stage so that we could all right, cool. So thank you all very much for that very engaging conversation. Lots to learn from our guests from Belgium and Hong Kong, as well as Nigeria. So thank you once again for that. So a lot of people are very excited about our next agenda item, which is a very exciting fireside chat between the El Khalil family of the 7-Up bottling company. And Ogene, our convener, has a special story that he'd like to tell before we invite the gentleman on stage.
I think Sari already knows the special story. Okay, so if people might know, but I actually grew up in Apapa, and I actually grew up just living beside the El Khalil family. And I remember him, like jogging every morning, in an evening after work. And I always just admire him and be like, wow, like one day I would like to be like this man, and here he is sitting right before me. But not just that. It's also because, growing up in Apapa as a young guy, like I saw how the brand itself empowered the community. There were women in the neighborhood who worked civil servant jobs, but in the evening, they probably had like a retail store. They had like this refrigerator where they used to sell drinks to everybody in the area. So everyone knew that Mama Tubosun, for instance, sold 7-Up or Pepsi or Orobo at some point. And that just speaks to how the brand like empowered. But for me personally, I actually was one of the first people the first set of the Pepsi Football Academy. This was in, it's 15, 20 years ago, I think. And it was started by Ian Nelson, who was director of marketing at 7-Up at that time. That's the year I knew very well. And every football session, they would give us free jollof rice and a bottle of Orobo, 50 cl. I kind of think that they actually experimented with us to see whether an individual could finish a 50 cl bottle. It was during, and it was so good. It was a different way that football, was done. And to be honest, I don't think you can really say much about football development, not because they are here, but I don't think you can talk about it, about football development in Nigeria without talking about the brand Pepsi. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. The next slide. This is important. Anyway, so this guy, Michael Adedeji, he and I were in the same class. And he played for the Flying Eagles, 2005, where they got to the final of the FIFA Under-20 World Cup, where we lost to Argentina. And guess who was on the team in Argentina? Next slide, please. Next slide. Lionel Messi. So, and you had people like Mikel Obi and, that whole set, that whole generation. That should tell you the impact that they had. They produced players that, world-class players. I didn't quite make it to playing in the Flying Eagles, but I can tell you what I made it to. Next slide, please. So that's me. Coaching a U11 side in Vancouver, Canada. So I'm one of the exports to Canada. So yes, so without further ado, please a big round of applause for Mr. Faisal El Khalil and his son, Sari El Khalil, to make it to the stage. And I'll introduce him. I'll introduce him. So we actually had a very interesting conversation at their office when we're prepping for this. And he said to me, "You will come back to Nigeria." And I said, okay, well. I said, we have this Harvard Business School program for this MBA. I said, okay, really, that sounds like a good thing. But anyway, that's that. To moderate this panel, this fireside chat, I'd like to invite Esiri Agbeyi, who is a partner at PwC. So buckle your seatbelts because this is going to be a very interesting discussion.
Thank you so much, Roque. We were just joking while you did the intro that maybe you didn't make it because you drank too much of the playing the match. But Anyone know this song? If you say you know the song and you're sitting in the room, then I know how old you are. 7 Up, the difference is clear. Oh, so many Gen Zs in this room. Okay, yeah, some of the silent boomers are here. We actually were part of that story when we used to pick those crowns and try as much as possible to submit them to the trucks that would pass by if there was a gift. And then there was Fido Dido as well. So, Fido Dido, a round of applause for 7 Up, please, for giving us those stories. So, this is a very symbolic fireside chat. I have the honor of welcoming again dad and son, but more importantly, to say that I have the chairman of the 7 Up Bottling Company seated right near me, and I have the managing director, not just the son, of 7 Up Bottling Company seated across from me. Thank you so much for being part of this. The intent of this gathering is really to empower more family businesses to live a story of longevity. And it was interesting to just see Samir on the stage earlier on speak to their family business being 100 years old in 2 years' time. Today, we're going to look at the story of 7 Up, the story of the El Khalil family. We're going to go into the lens of the founder. We're going to go into the brain and mindset of the next gen who's taking over. It's a short session, but I'm sure it's going to be very powerful. We'll do it in 2 parts. We'll listen to the founder's journey. We'll also then look at structures. We've been speaking a lot about structures, governance, succession planning. How did they make it here? Get a sense of that as well. So I think to start, I'd like to just get from the eyes of the son and the MD, share with us a bit about his insights into the founder's story, telling it raw from the heart.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I have the honor and pleasure as the 3rd generation to live the time of the founder and that story and journey. And as I share with you briefly, because I could spend 30 minutes telling you about this journey, but I will try and condense it into a couple of minutes. I'm going to touch on some key themes. As all founders have, they're visionary. There's this relentless drive to never give up, and value-based leadership. My grandfather left Lebanon when he was a teenager in 1910. During that time, there was famine, there was talks of world war, and Lebanon was still under the Ottoman rule. This visionary of wanting something better, knowing that there's more that life has to offer, took a bold chance and risk to leave. He got on the first ship, similar story, and landed in Mexico. He didn't speak the language, he didn't know anyone. So he was in this position of, how am I going to start my journey? Relentless drive to never give up. He ended up doing door-to-door sales, selling used goods. And through his values-based leadership and drive, how he would present himself, how he would always never give up to sell to any customer possible, started to slowly build his journey in Mexico. With no formal background of education, he knew these key principles of how to build, how to save. As an example, very humble beginnings. He would sometimes struggle to have enough money to eat. So he would go to bakeries, get the breadcrumbs that they have there, put the breadcrumbs in one pocket, put sugar in another pocket, and as he's eating the breadcrumbs, use the sugar to help. So this relentless drive from very humble beginnings was the foundation of how he built himself. He then later said, it's time to come home. to his mother in Lebanon, got on a ship. The midpoint was Marseille, where he met a Lebanese couple. And they said, "You must come to Nigeria." He said, "Really?" He said, "Yes. You will find gold on the sides of the streets." He said, "Really?" Visionary, relentless effort, value-based leadership. He said, "Let's go." And the gold that he found wasn't on the sides of the streets, but was in the hearts of the people. He landed on the shores of Nigeria in 1926. So we are on a very similar journey. Next year, we will officially celebrate 100 years of being in Nigeria. And that is my little perspective from 3 generations.
Amazing, amazing. I didn't know Sari was a good storyteller, but I was sitting here spellbound just listening to you, honestly. And when you talked about putting sugar in the pocket and breadcrumbs on the side, almost a tear came down. Kudos to your granddad.
Thank you.
I'd like to just hear from your perspective how that made you feel, just listening to it, listening to your son. What were the challenges, and how have you evolved over the years into being the business that you are now?
Well, let me first start by saying how happy and privileged I feel being here and seeing some of my old friends, Dotun, Frank, and I'm sure there must be a few, and the other bright younger faces in the crowd. One thing is for sure, the third generation talks better grammar than the previous generation. Well, Sari, actually, my dad lived to 100, and Sari knew him before he passed on, and my mother as well. So we're blessed, very much blessed in that respect. But hearing the story, and we have a video of my dad before he passed on, when he was still could remember. We have that story that we can tell to the next generation and the next generation. So as Sari briefly outlined that journey, I mean, there's so much hardship, but the determination in the old man's mind and the wisdom he had was a gift from God. I can't explain it in any other way. Someone who had very little education, no capital to start with, but so much determined to build a business, to develop something that can sustain him, but he also had the determination to build a family as well. These were the two, I would say, most important objectives that drove him throughout his life. And why I say wisdom, because a lot of the things that we learned later on in life as we attended business school and read books and so on, the principles that Covey talks about, and we were fortunate to have Doughton and God bless his soul, Dick Kramer, come to Lebanon on more than one occasion and participate with our family and talking things about the 7 habits and so on. But a lot of the stuff that I learned later in life or came across later in life, I would sit back and say, but my dad used to tell us these things, but we never took full attention of those valuable lessons that he had gained the hard way. He didn't develop those lessons based on what he read in books and so on. In fact, he hardly did any schooling. And the story goes on. So he came to Nigeria, started in a trading business, as most newcomers would go buy some bales of textiles and go and sell them in Ereko Street. And if you were, if you became better off, you explored Balogun Street and then Martin Street and so on. But that was his base initially. But then built up a road transport business in 1927 that with time became the biggest privately owned transport company in West Africa. But at the same time, so anyway, so he came to Nigeria, built his business, and then went back to Lebanon, met my mother, and married, and got married. And between them, actually, they managed, though my dad was spending most of his time in Nigeria, 8 children. And that's important. I'm saying that because there is a reason. So we're 6 boys and 2 girls. And as the young, and I'm one of the younger ones, by the way, as probably you are in your family, Samir. But as the older brothers started finishing their education, and most of them, I mean, 2 of my brothers and my elder sister were actually born in Nigeria as well. But then education was typically abroad. So as they started coming into Nigeria, which was in the, I would say in the late 50s, yeah. My dad realized with my elder brother, Anwar, who is the current chairman of the group, that this was the time to start diversifying in order to accommodate the generations that are. And that brought about the birth of 7-Up. And the first bottle from our Ijora factory rolled out on the 1st of October, 1960. So we celebrate 2 anniversaries on the 1st of October of every year. I could go on, but
I know. That's why I was just looking. I'm like, I'm sure there's more from there, but it's just amazing what you've shared. And as much as possible, you know, I was trying to put myself in your shoes, but also in Sari's shoes. You know, when you talked about 2 of your siblings born in Nigeria. Sari, were you born in Nigeria?
It's as good as I was born here.
And I love the fact that you're dressed in the Nigerian emblem. I see that that's very unique. Kudos. Confirm. This guy speaks pidgin like any other thing. So I want to hear as well from your side, you know, as your dad spoke, you talked about diversifying into 7-Up. One thing that a lot of next gen struggle with is just being a part of the family business. How was that on your end? How did you receive it? How did you embrace the opportunity to be part of the business? Why didn't you just go off elsewhere?
So I have spent most of my life in Nigeria. I grew up here.
Son of the soil.
Son of the soil.
while going to school, I would come back then to the offices in Ijora, run around, try to change the oil of trucks, and then even when I was in Lebanon, I would come back here for summers, and then instead of maybe partying with my friends, I would then get on the trucks and do door-to-door sales. And so it's kind of in my blood since I was very young. It's part of my DNA. But I did pursue work elsewhere. You know, I went to get my undergraduate degree in Boston. I came back. I did a 5-year internship in the company, and the plan was always to go get an MBA, higher education. Yeah. Post the MBA. There was in my mind, it was linear that I would come back. But actually, I think one of he is my mentor. So my mentor's saying, why don't you try something else? So initially, it kind of took me by surprise, but it was the best decision because I gained real fundamental experience of what it is to work in a corporate environment, and it really helped me grow and flourish. And at the same time, it even cemented that much more of what it means to own something and the difference of being an employee versus being an owner. So I eventually came back after working abroad for 5 years in different roles with PepsiCo and joined the family. So I always had this mindset of being with the family from a very young age, but it was never forced. I think that's very important to realize. I'm the youngest, so I was given choices, and it led me back here.
So I like when you say it was never forced as well. And I saw your dad nodding as well to that. I'd like you, Mr. El Khalil, to just speak to also the value-based leadership, which Sari started with. We talk a lot about structures with family businesses and ensuring they continue. I love also how you told the story. It was really it was like you lived in the time. So I imagine that the story is told every single time. How did you marry that with the professional structures that we know of when it comes to family business and governance and succession planning? How have you been able to hold us there? And what were the most important things for you to ensure were retained?
There is no doubt that being in a family business is probably one of the most complex and difficult models to succeed. You have both elements are equally important. The family, the values, how do you maintain the relationships, the love, the respect, and all of that, and the upkeep of the family. And how do you run the business? And if you try to merge both with the objective of sustainability and multi-generational vision, so it's not easy. And I think one of the greatest books that I've read, it's not a big book, by the way, it's a beautiful book by John Ward, talks about the 50 lessons in family businesses and talks about the 3 generations. The founders, his greatest difficulty is to succeed and grow the business. So in his mind, he's not thinking about structures. He's not thinking about, systems and processes and all of that. He's thinking about how to generate cash, how to make that business successful, how to end up with a positive cash flow, how to save. And then from those savings, typically they would go into real estate, build something, something that can generate income and so on. But if the founder's vision, and if he is blessed with a large family, as my dad was, his vision was that we continue to be together in the business. And he would preach the values of togetherness, strength and unity and all those values. And that was stuck in our mind. I mean, we didn't even challenge that concept. But as you move from the founder stage to the sibling stage, different challenges emerge. Now, as I said, we had 6 boys and 2 girls. The girls were never involved in the business. My dad didn't think that the daughters should be involved in the business because they marry and eventually they follow their husbands. Now this notion is not as popular as it was in those days, but he provided for them, and luckily they married good husbands who are doing very well and so on. But out of the 6 boys, there are only 3 of us in the business now. And I'm the youngest. And I'll be 80 in 2 years. So then it's really then now you can imagine the business is doing well. It's going up and down as Samir said, with all the impact of the environment, the macros and Nigeria. I mean, I've witnessed almost every coup d'etat until we moved into a democratic system, and we can tell stories, during the military days and so on. But the siblings now need to sit together and work. Now that's when really the task of developing all the governance issues, from the council to the constitution, and the constitution really needs to be detailed. That's what we call the playbook. And I'll just mention a few things. For example, I think Kemi mentioned about the founder willing to let go. Some founders let go, actually. And some founders fall into what we call the founder's trap. And that's an issue. We're we are experiencing that, not the founder, the eldest brother, who believes he is now like the founder. And we love him and respect him, and he's a very, he's the one who founded 7-Up in Nigeria, was born. But he doesn't want to let go, and we're fine with that. I mean, you have to eventually take a decision. So would you keep the family harmony, or would you create such a big problem that eventually the family breaks up? We decided on harmony. So when it comes to this issue of hiring, is it seniority that take the key positions, or is it the most competent? And the list goes on, actually, Things like you need to have, at this second generation, need to agree on these things. There has to be a retirement age. People cannot stay in their seat forever until death do us apart. It's not like that. And then things about pay and who gets into the family, the bloodlines, the in-laws. It's very, very complicated. And if the second generation doesn't get it right, and I'm not saying we got it right, we still have challenges. We wrote the most amazing constitution, but we haven't signed up on it yet. But fortunately, and I tell you, I mean, Dozen probably knows more about the internal situation, but we said that's fine. There is still, so here then you fall back on the issue of family values. The love, the respect that we have for one another is what's actually helped the third generation to carry on with the business. And of the third generation, we have Ziyad, who is my eldest son's brother, who came and worked in Nigeria, an MBA, a Wharton graduate from Wharton in finance, who was very instrumental in developing our Tanzania business, which is also the Pepsi franchise in Tanzania and Ghana as well. A great guy. And from my side, Sari is involved in the beverage business, and I have an elder son who is managing a much smaller business, but he's happy with that too. So that's fortunate, And my other brother, Farid, who's like just a few years older than I am, he has 3 children, and they are happily working in New York. So that kind of helps. But moving into the third generation, if you don't have the right governance in place, the council, the board, all the governance issues that I've just talked about, it's going to be very difficult to continue when you get to the cousins consortium. Yeah.
Very well said. Very well said.
If I can just add some light, they knew what they were doing. Yeah. I said, if you want to work in the family business, you start on the truck. You ride the truck for a year, door to door, selling, sales. So some people thrive, others, no. It seems like it's a bit much. So really, everything that you talked about, the one thing that I would love to add is about it's really about meritocracy. You don't have this handed to you on a silver platter. You need to earn it, and you need to prove that you are worthy for it.
Very well said. I couldn't add to that. I couldn't take away from it. There's still a lot that we're going to have to, unpack from this. But you've shared so much information, a wealth of information that you can't imagine. And I'd like to just take one question. The guy at the back is like me first. A question from the back, so that we get at least a couple. Okay, one. And if there's one online as well, because I know there's an online audience. So he's right there.
Good day. My name is Soji Akikube. Quite well known to your family, Mr. El Khalil, but I'll just share a comment based on your son. About 10 years ago, I live in Apapa, and I have a friend who is now late, Lebanese, Nassim El Saidi, who had a hotel and a restaurant on Marine Road. So I went to see him, probably 2-3 times a week. We'll have a bar, just go and have a drink and have a chat. So that evening, he said to me, Soji, guess what? He's a small little guy. Guess what? They came to deliver 7-Up today. And the son of Khalil came himself. So indeed, your story is true. Well done. You started from the bottom, and now I see that you're at the top. Well, we can only hope for greater heights for you. The other story was when I started my first shop in Apapa, maybe about 32 years ago, I can't remember now, on Randall Road. I used to travel all around Africa buying arts and crafts. And your dear wife, I believe, used to be a very good customer of mine and would talk to me and ask me all kinds of questions. Anyway, I think she went on to set up a marathon in Lebanon because I think she had an incident and didn't come back home again. So indeed, we can see how legacy has gone on to philanthropy. So well done to your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So, is there a question online? No? All right. So, okay. No more questions online? All right. Okay, so just that last question from the audience, and then we would wrap up. Okay.
Hi. Okay. Sorry, I'll just try to be quick with my questions. I just wanted to find out, and thank you so much for sharing your story. What role does respect play? And that's the question for both of you. What role does respect play in managing both the family and the business in terms of respect of ideas, decision making, taking time to understand where both generations are coming from? And then just a quick one for you, sorry. Is it compulsory to work outside of the family business, or do you feel the younger generation has to work from the ground up? Is it compulsory to try to go outside and learn a few things before you join the family business? Thank you both.
Just managing both aspects, the family and the business. I mean, you need to be engaging in so many ways. So we make it a point to create events where we meet as family. And we don't talk business. And there are other occasions when we talk about the progress of the business and our plans. And though some of the members, most of the members actually of our family now are not involved in managing the business. In fact, there was a time, probably 20 years ago, when we decided that the key executive positions, that means CEOs of the companies, would not be family members, that we would restrict our role to being on the boards and play the role that boards do, the oversight and the approval of all the major decisions, the plannings, the budgets, all of that, and then monitor the performance based on the reports that we get. But to keep the family together and keep them, this togetherness, keep the love, you have to be genuine and honest and sometimes brutally honest. And as long as people appreciate that you're telling them the story the way it is, then they respect you and the love continues to grow. But you got to keep working at it. If the foundations are solid, then you can build on it. And that's what we try to do all the time.
And just to answer the second question, having been through the journey I'm on, I would make it a requirement to work outside of the family business. Even in some of the books perpetuating the family business, not only do you work outside, you have to prove and show a track record. Some constitutions have in place, you need to have a minimum of 2 promotions before you can come back. So there are clear guidelines set in place to have an individual's growth. You have to find your own voice, and that truly helps when you're outside of that nest. So I would definitely, for my children, ensure that that work experience is done.
Thank you so much. Honestly, even if, yeah, a round of applause. You haven't signed your constitution, but you're living your constitution. And I think that speaks to the foundation that you've built. Thank you so much, Mr. El Khalil. Thank you, Sari El Khalil. And a round of applause for this perfect duo on what it means to have a successful family business. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, please kindly stay on stage. Thank you also very much, Esiri and the El Khalils. That was definitely quite inspiring and also heartwarming to see such a dynamic father-son duo. If we could invite the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Agbogun, to kindly make his way.
Okay, Mr. Boyega Fatimlane, please on stage. And Abiodun Aziz from the Mauritius Commercial Bank, please come on stage. Yes, and Mr. Pedro from PwC. So we will be presenting the Lifetime Achievement in Family Business Leadership Award to the El Khalil family. And to do that, I'll hand over to Mr. Boyega Fatimlane to do the presentation, and then we can all. So you hand it over.
If we could just all come together so we can take a family picture.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, I have it. Actually, I'm really thrilled at the extent you've gone to ensure that quality is retained at 7-Up. And it's a lot to learn from, especially when you run a family business. So we thank you for sharing your experience with us and being here with us. 100 years of business is not easy, but you've gone through it. And what you have laid down ensures that maybe in 200 years' time, if you have a people at the back, we'll still be able to find 7-Up around. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, the El Khalil family. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. And congratulations on your award. So, Voke, if you could just stand here for a second. We have 3 agenda items left before the close of the day. And we're going to be turning into a world. We're going to be having a panel session, and we'll be turning into the world of art, luxury, and culture, which are an integral part of legacy for many family enterprises. Our next panel will be moderated by Mr. Olusegun Zacchaeus, partner and lead for strategy at West Africa at PwC. If you could please put our hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. And he will be exploring the curating legacy, arts, and luxury collecting in entrepreneurial families. So if Mr. Olusegun Zacchaeus, partner and lead for strategy in West Africa at PwC, could join us to moderate this panel. Okay. Oh, he's ably represented today. Yes, let's put our hands together. So his panelists include Jubril Enakele, Managing Director at Iron Capital. Let's put our hands together for him. Toyin Bakare, Executive Director at SAS Textiles. Victor Ehe Kameno, an artist. Ugoma Ebila, the founder of Bloom Art and Barry Kola Art Society. And last but not least, Dotun Suleiman, Chairman AVPA. All right, so over to you.
Thank you. My name is Emeka. I'm going to do the introductions. All right, so my name is Emeka Chime. I am representing Segun Zacchaeus, who couldn't make it today due to some conflicting engagements. I am a director with PwC, and I've been supporting family businesses. So it's a pleasure to be here. And also to my wonderful panelists, good morning once again. It's a pleasure to be among you. All right, so we'll kick off with what I consider to be a very interesting topic. In a world where, the global economy is, facing volatile times, and also traditional assets are facing scrutiny. This session, we're exploring something novel, something interesting. I think it's also unique, but can also be a powerful dimension to wealth preservation, all right? So we'll be looking at curating legacy, collecting art and culture, and how that fits into the strategic objectives of entrepreneurial families. Why are we talking about this? When you think about family businesses, when you think about entrepreneurial families, yes, there's a financial consideration, but there's also the question of identity, culture, and all of these transcend financial decisions, but also is a vehicle for preserving value, right? So we're going to talk about those key considerations, those key challenges in collecting art and how they can be a vehicle for wealth preservation as well. All right, so thank you again for the introductions. I think it's just perfect to start with hearing from everybody in terms of your thoughts on what legacy as relates to arts means. So your thoughts around art collection and how that relates to legacy. And I'll please start from you, and I don't know whether we can just pass the mic, down that way. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Victor. I'm an artist. I think art is the beginning of a lot of things when it even comes to culture first, because you have to have it there. Is there for us every day before we begin to shift it to the case of legacy. If we are not looking at it from the financial perspective, we are looking at it from cultural legacy. I think art is the foundation of cultural legacy. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, and it's good to hear from an artist himself, right? So it's the foundation of cultural legacy. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jubril Enakele. I run an investment bank called Iron Capital. And I'm going to be coming at this conversation from an investment point of view and not just from a collecting point of view. So if you're an art purist, you're not going to like what I have to say. Well, I think legacy is not just what you do and leave behind, it is what you're remembered for. So how do you position your art collection not only to outlive you, but can it be remembered for something good long after you're gone? So that's how I see legacy.
Thank you. It's always good to have someone look at things from a financial perspective. I think I will be coming to some questions around what I think may be the key financial issues when I think about arts, especially including the valuation. How do you value arts, right? It's very emotionally tied. It's tied to culture. It's tied to a lot of intangible things. I also think about liquidity. Okay, so you valued it to sell it. You know, it's maybe not just a click of a button, but some of these things will come to you. You know, so I'll be hearing as well from Madame Ugoma, I believe. Oh, sorry. Oh, Toyin Bakari. Apologies. I was just going in line with the flow. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be on this panel. This is something I'm very, very passionate about. And creating legacy. Legacy for me is everything. You know, like the last speaker said, what you will be remembered for. And, you know, I'll start legacy by telling a story. About a month ago, you know, I turned 50. And my father walks into my store. We own a store called SAS Textile, and we're transgenerational, by the way. We're over 50 years now. And so my father walks into the store, and he says, oh, I bought this for you. And, you know, so we're into fabrics, and, you know, I believe so much in vintage. So this is an ashoke. It's called the Etu. And he says, this is a collection from your mom. My mom passed on over 30 years ago. So I believe this fabric is over 50 years now.
Wow.
Now,
wow.
This is brand new. And that's began my journey into selling vintage. And that's just the number one story. Last year, I'd gone to Ondo, so I'm a princess from Ondo as well. And I'd gone to say Akabi Esidio Shema way of Ondo. And on my way out, he says, I would like to give you a gift. And he takes me to his the Olori's shop. She has a shop full of ashoke, and they were all vintage. And that was the beginning of my exploration from just selling fabrics, now going into supporting our own local suppliers, designers. And I was so overwhelmed. I love the collection. Right now, we can't even meet the demands. Everybody now wants the luxury ashoke. Everybody wants, because they are soft. They come with such memories. So it's curating legacy, and it's being resold for. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll still hear that.
So what I'm just trying to say is that you can curate legacy through fabrics. You can preserve wealth through fabrics, through generations, through our adires. Even the Ghanaians, the Kentes, you know, those things carry memories. It's not just the fabrics, the value. I hear people come and tell me. A lady came to me, she said, oh, I'm turning 40 this year. The fabric I'm wearing was worn by my mother at my naming ceremony, which was bought from your mother. So it's not even about the money, the memories that come with it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. That was quite a passionate delivery in terms of, and again, as she was speaking, she didn't even need to, even the way she's appearing in terms of how she looks. So thank you so much for that background into how fabrics, also part of art, can be a vehicle to preserving legacy. All right, so over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's afternoon now.
Yes, it is.
I'm glad to be here. I guess I'm here because I'm a collector. I'm not an artist. And I look at it from legacy from the point of view of the things you leave behind, particularly when you collect things that outlive you. Art, you know, lives forever. We are here for a limited time. And therefore, when you are collecting, and if you manage to have a substantial collection, at some point in the journey, your thoughts will come to what happens to these things I've collected. You enjoy it during your lifetime. Is a game of passion, love, and all that. But over time, they accumulate, you know, significant value. And therefore, you got to spare some thoughts to what happens to you, what happens to your collection after you're gone. In my own case, I've been collecting for over 40 years. I'm 73. And I reckon at some point,
I have to worry about what's going to happen to my collection. I've started thinking about it anyway. So I guess at some point in this discussion, we'll talk about legacy from the point of view of transitioning this collection to the next generation.
Thank you. And I think maybe I'll stick with you, sir. Just talking about collection, it's a perfect segue to my next question. So what makes you decide to buy a particular piece of art? What are those, decision points that you have to cross to, say this is something that I would love to collect?
Okay, first of all, the thing I must say, because of given the nature of the audience and the subject matter is that I have different philosophy for collecting. I collect I don't see art as an investment. I'm not making an investment in which I expect return or I want the value to appreciate and so on. I'm going to sell in the future because I don't sell. Okay. You have to put, you get emotionally attached to the things you collect over time anyway. So for me, therefore, my starting point is to collect what I like. Yeah. I collect what I like and can afford. Yeah. But again, as you collect, as you build your collection, you achieve a certain level of what I call sophistication. You're looking for specific styles, specific artists, specific forms, and so on. And you also begin to know that these actually do have value. And therefore, even though you're collecting the things you like, you also want to collect the things that will hold value and possibly rise in value, which means therefore you're looking for artists that are here for a long time, that have a large body of work, that are very prolific, and that their works are likely to achieve value over time. So some deliberateness about it, even though, like I said, it's a game of passion. You just buy it because you like it, because you're going to put it on your wall and so on. But over time, they do appreciate quite a lot of value. And some of the value may happen by chance. I can tell you many stories of things that I collected that nobody liked. And after a while, I'll give you one simple story. There was a sculpture I collected, must be about 30, 40 years ago. And I have friends who collect too. And two of my friends, they didn't like it. They laughed and laughed. I said, what do you say this thing? Anyway, I liked it. I bought it. So about 15 years down the road, Kavita Chelaram started the auction process. The first 5 editions, after the first 5 editions, came and I said, put something in the auction. So I looked in my collection and said, okay, maybe what can I put in the collection? I said, okay, let me put this thing that nobody liked except me. Maybe there's something they see that I didn't see. So I put the piece up for sale. And guess what happened? I bought this piece for 35,000 naira.
Wow.
I'm talking 30, 40 years ago. That's a lot of money. Okay. Anyway, I sold it at this auction. Somebody bought at this auction for 2.45 million naira.
Wow. That's the how many X?
Yeah. And guess what? A few years later, somebody invited me for dinner in his house. And I saw this piece. And guess who bought it? Faisal Khalil.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
I felt like
taking it back.
But I said, can I say, no, you can't have it back. That's the value of collecting. It's a store of value.
Right.
If you do it very well, it's a way of building wealth diversification as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So he's one of the art purists that he said, may not like some of the things that he was talking about, because you say you buy because you like them. And then maybe by chance, the value can go up. But I would want to create that balance and maybe hear from him, Jubril, to say, okay, if money is where my focus is, how do I make the decision on what to collect? Okay.
That's a very interesting question. And let me provide a bit of context. So as I mentioned, Ion Capital is an investment banking firm based in Nigeria. We do work all over Africa. And we have different subsidiaries. One of those subsidiaries won an award at the BusinessDay Banking and Financial Institution ceremony. So thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. But we have another subsidiary in Dubai. that is called Ion Wealth, and that subsidiary manages, is a multi-family office. We became the first company in sub-Saharan Africa to obtain a multi-family office license in Dubai. We have an office there. We help clients manage funds out of Dubai. Now, to answer your question, initially when we started 2 years ago, what did people want to invest in? Sukuk, non-interest yielding assets, equities, listed instruments and things. Increasingly, we are seeing situations where people are diversifying that portfolio to alternative investment classes. And art and jewelry, luxury goods, form, in some cases, about 5% of that portfolio. So when you ask, from a money point of view, what are they looking for? The first thing we see is diversification of wealth. The second thing we see is capital appreciation or preservation. And how do they do that? If you imagine your art portfolio, your art collection as a portfolio, a lot of people are going to be annoyed with me for saying this, especially those who are purists, right? Please don't be offended, right? But imagine you have 100 pieces in your art collection. Treat it as a portfolio. Imagine you're buying shares in a company on the stock exchange. There are certain stock that you would prefer and you like, but they have to meet certain criteria. Art for investment as an investment asset or an asset class is similar. You think about it from, okay, I have masters, I have emerging artists. I have artists from this genre, from this time period. I have artists from another time period. I have male artists, I have female artists. We had a client who said, look, I'm underweight female artists. And there has to be diversification of the portfolio as well. Again, people are, oh God, so, but in terms of your question, that's the kind of thing they'll be looking at. There's a lot of rigor and research that goes into that to be able to optimize that portfolio, which is part of a larger portfolio. And some other things they look for are cultural capital. Can this make a statement? They use that as thought leadership as well. So we have clients who say, look, we want art from Lebanon, because they want to preserve the cultural capital and be thought leaders in that space as well. So I think I've given a few points. Happy to discuss more, but I'll yield now.
Thank you so much. And, listening when you spoke about, saying you want art from a particular place, it tells you how art as well can be used as a connecting, just to create nexus and connection with different cultures. You can have families that are mixed, but through art, they're able to preserve their legacies from the different parts of the world that they come from. And that's something that I find interesting. All right, so let's go over to an artist. So we'll go to Dotun. So my question for you, so you are the artist, you're in the field. What are the kind of, challenges that you think an artist, will face in terms of converting that piece of artwork into value? Okay?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that it is okay to talk about money when it comes to art, because it's about 68 to, I don't know what is the valuation this year now because it's not out yet. It's about $68 billion industry. And the continent has not been able to speak about that. And that when you take a look at it from that perspective, you realize that it actually affects the way works are valued in the continent for both collectors that want to keep it, and for those that also want to sell. I am an artist. I collect as well. Very, very hectically, I collect. So when you look at artists that came before us, you realize that some of them kind of died in penury, because they were not paying attention to the financial aspect of what they were doing. So again, there is room for to have those conversations. I think this is a good room to have that, not a gallery. I just wanted to put that one out there. I don't know. I mean, to bring value to your work, I told a friend of mine yesterday, I said, take away the talent and give me creativity. Because everybody can be talented, not everybody can be creative. The guy that is painting fashola and putting it on the street could possibly paint more than an artist that has an MFA from one of our good universities. So there's a lot that comes to like creating value for it. It's like, and I also tell fellow artists that if you are an artist, it's like setting up, for instance, Iron Capital, right? You can't set up Iron Capital and then turn your back, and the people that put money in it, you want that whole business to sink. So if you're an artist, what are you doing to make sure that you retain value for those that have collected you? You can't suddenly say, I'm an artist today, then you go and become a tailor tomorrow. I mean, not against tailors because they are great guys, but again, that kind of pivoting make it shocking for a lot of people to wait before they start collecting, to make sure that they know where you are going. I moved back to Nigeria in 2008, and Mr. Dotun Sulema didn't collect me until 2017. Okay, and I understand that. One of my other biggest collectors also watched what I was doing for the same amount of time. It's not because they didn't like the work, it's because they are waiting to see what, and when they then come, it becomes valuable because collectors that are collecting your work as well are also adding value to it. It's like saying, who is buying that stock? Who is trading that stock? You understand? And for the artists, there is more to be done. I happen to also have created residency for other artists, and I'm creating the sculpture park. And all of that contribute to creating value for the work that I create in my studio.
Wonderful. Round of applause. Thank you so much for that, Victor. Really, really, gave insights into how all of that works. Okay, so we'll go to Madam Toyin. So from your business experience, how do you think families can protect the originality of what they buy? And I'm saying this from the context of your line of business, okay? So your sourcing and all of that. How can you verify authenticity, protect originality?
Okay. For us to protect our originality and also preserve our legacy, it's all about documentation. It's all about protecting what we buy. So we're very big on documentation. We're very big on preserving the legacy. When we, for instance, when we just want to buy fabrics, it's not even about buying the fabrics. We look at the quality. We look at about the story behind the fabrics. We look at the value. We look at how this thing will appreciate in years to come. Like he said, Mr. Victor, sometimes you have a piece of art, and the more you look at it, the more it appreciates. The same way we look at fabrics, the same way we see in preserving this legacy, we make sure that there's a lot of documentation. There are even times we've had to making sure it aligns with our brand identity, making sure that these things are preserved very well, because every piece of fabric tells a story. Every piece of fabric tells something. So we're very big on documentation, the copyrights, because those are things that we deal with. But I tell people that when you have an original, I don't need to argue with you. I don't need to be annoyed that somebody is copying something. My original will always be my original. My original will be passed on to the next generation. My original will last because it comes with its own quality. It comes with its own authenticity. So those are, I believe very much in, and I tell people, I defend it. You're paying for value. So the most important thing for us is documentation. We work with our suppliers. We're very protective of our consumers, our clients. We make sure that we tell them what they're doing, what they're buying, and we make sure that it's properly preserved as well, so that in years to come, people can come and say, I bought this from you 20 years ago, I bought this from you 30 years ago, and we still have it. It's very difficult for you to let go of things that are original. So documentation for us is very, very important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. for that torchlight on documentation. If I go to Mr. Victor as well, just in the, Mr. Dotun, apologies. If I go to Mr. Dotun, my question to you will be, what role does education, exposure, and mentorship play in building future custodians of legacy?
Well, I think the answer to your question is in the question.
It's in the question.
You're talking about exposure, education, and so on. I think talking about preserving it is exposure, early exposure. For example, if you are collecting art that will outlast you, at some point you need to start thinking about what happens after I'm gone, because you're here for a limited time. The place to start is get your children interested. There's no guarantee they'll be interested, but at least make the effort. I mean, in my own case, for example, one of my favorite pastimes on Saturday is what I call gallery hopping. I go from gallery to gallery to what's up. I drag my daughters along. They're not interested. I mean, they look one way and, they're not interested. I mean, but one thing they know for a fact is that they know the story behind a lot of the pieces they see in the house. Because they were there at the exhibitions, they maybe engage the artists in conversations and so on. Even if they don't appreciate it now, they appreciate it later. So for me, early exposure is very important. And of course, talking to them about it and reading up about it. I mean, if you come to my living room, you find most of the publications you see are art related. So these are things they live with. And some of it to rub off. There's no guarantee, absolutely no guarantees. I mean, so what you do is, if you want to perpetuate what you're doing, is to get the next generation fired up about it by exposing them to it, giving them education, get them to experience it. I had an incident last Sunday. I was in London. So my daughter said, "Oh, we should do something." I said, "Okay, let's go to the theater." We went to see an oratorio by Handel called Solomon. I took my oldest daughter and my youngest daughter with me or something. The older, of course, lived with it for a long time, so she appreciated it. Halfway through the interval, you could see the other girl was already squeezing her face. Said, "Can I be excused?" Yeah, at the interval, she just couldn't take it anymore. She didn't enjoy it. But the thing about it, of course, is that I know, even though she didn't enjoy it, at least she knows about the subject matter. At some point, if she hears that kind of music, it will be completely alien to her. So for me, it's early exposure. That's the only way you can do it. There's no other way. You can't force it. Just exposure and get them to be interested. Everybody will choose their own passions. They are different. I mean, so in my own case, for example, like I said, most of the things I collect are things I personally like. It's for me. If they like it, fine. If they don't like it, it's okay. And what would I do with them? My view basically is that my collection is not going to my children. No, it's not. They have to start their own collecting if they want to collect. Or maybe they want to collect fabrics because they're all girls, or they want to collect watches, or they want to collect others, but not my art. I will make a completely different arrangement to perpetuate the legacy of the collection that I've built up here.
Thank you so much for that very interesting perspective, Mr. Dotun. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now to Mr. Victor. So my question to you is, what risks do families face in today's arts and luxury markets? And how can they mitigate these risks?
I wouldn't say the risk you face in the market is different from what you face in maybe in everything, the investment. I mean, every good investment comes with a bundle of risk as well. It's then you have to be a bit mindful and kind of, but where art is different is that we can't always look at that financial value. There are intrinsic values that come with it. Like she's passionate about the about the fabric that the dad gave to her. How do you even quantify the value in that? And also the soft power that comes with collecting. You understand? I know that Mr. Dotun Sulema's piece was just were part of a major exhibition that just opened in London now, and a lot of people whose works are featured in that exhibition, again, it keeps the provenance for those works keep growing, and there's a certain excitement that you can't put value in it. Okay, so the other thing with risk is be mindful of what you call the herd mentality. There is this, you have to realize that there are cowboys behind the scenes as well. You understand when I say cowboys are people that can pump and dump. I mean, if you look, they hype up a certain artist, hype it up, hype it up. You don't know what machinery is going on behind. Before you realize what is happening, they dump it on you, you know. So buy really, like, collect what you like. And if you have friends that are already collecting and listening, have a robust conversation with them and look at what is the artist, what else is the artist doing, what is the cultural relevance of this, what is the longevity, what is the narrative behind what he's doing or she's doing, you know. So be mindful of that herd mentality. Is one of the biggest thing that a lot of new collectors fall into, because everybody is just collecting this particular work right now. You just jump into the whole thing. Before you realize it, you have ash in your hand, you know. So again, but if you collect actually what you like, whether it increases in value or it doesn't increase in value, it's regardless. And again, you hear a story of where you bought what you like and eventually the value came. It doesn't mean that value is going to come to every of the artwork that you buy. Again, if you have a lot of stock, I'm using stock because I mean we're in a business still. If you have your portfolio is full of different stocks, you have blue chips, you have penny stocks and all of that, you buy penny stocks at a very cheap price and you hold. Sometimes the company folds, you understand. But if you have an Apple or Nvidia or something like that, you know that you are buying at a very high rate and it's never going to go down, it's going to hold value. So again, if you use that eye to look at art as well, you realize, okay, if you are buying an A1, it's already solidified, you understand? If you buy Bruce, it's already solidified and all of that. And then you take it from that perspective if you are buying. But buy what you love and buy what you like. To be totally honest with you, don't look at the financial, but it's illiquid. It's as illiquid as anything can be, you understand? You know, so yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that was a very wonderful point you made there. Buy what you like, okay? I think, you know, because at the end of the day, the intrinsic value to you will make you continue to like it. And at the end of the day, you can also then drive value. All right, so moving on to trends, what we're seeing happening globally, I'll ask Mr. Jubril. So what do you think are the emerging trends? You know, we have digital art, we have, you know, fractional ownership. What are these emerging trends that collectors should watch and be aware of in the art space?
I think again, the answer to the question was in the question. So you've touched on fractionalization, digitization, NFTs and things like that. And those are trends. But I would like to focus on some other trends that are a lot more relevant to our local market. Increasingly, we are seeing collectors who are being a lot more savvy with their collections. And what do I mean? In the past, an individual would buy the artwork and you collect as an individual. Now, based on what we are doing out of Dubai, we see our clients set up trusts or SPVs and use those vehicles to acquire the art. What does that do? Imagine you have a vehicle, a trust that has over 100 pieces of art from different genres. That SPV itself becomes valuable, or that trust becomes very valuable, because you can value the artwork in that trust. And increasingly, we are seeing people are able to leverage their art collections. And what does that mean? It means internationally, from our Ion Wealth office in Dubai, we're seeing that you can actually raise money on the back of art without necessarily selling it. So there's a secondary market liquidity that is coming into the art market as well. So those are some of the things we see. We also see situations where I think local trends, you see galleries are now going more online. There's a lot more digital sales going on online. We also see situations where we have, there's a new demographic of people who are buying art. So, and the people are buying emerging artists. They're buying people who are telling stories of today. They're buying Victor Hikamino, for instance, who is telling today's stories and the stories of our forefathers, but telling them in today's voice. They're buying people in, if you talk about Nigerian artists, Nengi Omuku and all these other people who are telling stories that are relevant to us today. So you see a new demographic of investors or collectors in the art market who are between 30 and 45, 50, and they're buying emerging contemporary art. And we see a situation where even though the modern art value is holding steady, the contemporary art market is really hot, right? So that's one of the things, the advice we give our clients or recommendation we make to our clients, that look, diversify the portfolio. Don't just have only modern artists. Don't just have only artists from this particular genre. And I'll close with this to answer your question in terms of trends. Art is for anyone. It's not for everyone, right? So there's a lot of research that goes into this. For instance, in our clients out of our business, Ion Wealth, they use this portfolio for not just transferring wealth to other generations. They use it even for tax purposes, right? So if you're giving your art work or renting or leasing it to a museum, in some countries, there are tax rebates you get, and even putting it in a trust, you are able to transfer it from one generation to another generation to another generation, and to some extent avoid capital gains tax, right? So there are trends, and we can talk about some of these other trends, NFTs and everything, but these, I feel, are a lot more relevant to our situation as we think about collecting institutionally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jubril. I mean, as Jubril was talking about tax, because one of the things I do is actually tax. I am so sorry that, in fact, the sad thing for me is that this has to come to an end. This conversation was very interesting, and we can keep taking it on, and we almost did that because we lost track of time. But very interesting points. Thank you so much to all of you here. Maybe to ask if we can get questions from the audience.
Yeah, we can take one question.
Okay, so let's take one question, because I know somebody may have a pressing question to ask. All right, over to the lady there.
Thank you. So my question is to the last speaker. Hello, Auntie Toyi. I'd like to find out, in terms, you just mentioned about the new demography of people who are investing in arts, the 35s and the 40s, where I fall under. What sort of portfolios should we be looking at? Who are the artists that we should be looking at investing in? Thank you.
One of them is probably right here, but please go ahead.
It's very important, and that's a really good question, because after sessions like this, people are like, okay, who should I buy? Who should I buy? My candid opinion is do research first. Just don't buy. It's easier to buy than to sell, right? Especially for contemporary artists. It's easier to buy, but there's some masters, right, that, listen, it's easier to sell than to buy. Even to buy it is really difficult. But rule of thumb, contemporary artists, easier to buy than to sell. So my guidance would be get a professional art advisor, not necessarily one who is a gallerist, right, because then they'll skew your opinion towards their own people, but get someone who is an independent professional art advisor or consultant before you even start doing anything. Second, research. Third, I think it was Mr. Sulaiman who mentioned this. and Victor also collects, and I know he has a lovely collection. Travel and see art. Don't be a local champion and buy what you see in your own space. When I started my own collection, I started that same way with research. And then someone told me that, listen, Jubril, you're just buying all these Nigerian artists. Travel, go. So I went to the Biennale in Venice, I've been to different places, just visiting galleries and auctions and art fairs. Honestly, by the time I came back, after about 3 or 4 of these trips, my palette changed. I stopped buying market scenes, right, and black faces, right. And I'm being honest, right. So I agree with what the speaker said before, and I'll close with this: buy what you like, but what you like must make sense, right, right. So forgive me, this is. Okay.
No, so again, there's a time constraint, but I will allow Mr. Dotun to chime in on this.
There was a caveat when he started. He said he may not like what somebody says. I don't like what he's saying. Because he makes it sound very mechanical, very deliberate, very analytical, and almost like analyzing a balance sheet. That's not my approach to art. Just buy what you love.
Yes.
And you can afford. Simple. It's because you know why? You're going to live with that object for life. And so you don't buy fashion, don't buy what's trending. Just buy what you like. So that you see it every day. You remember the day you bought it, the situation you were in, and so on, the mood you were in, and so on. Sometimes you even remember how much it cost. You remember the conversations you had with the artists and all that kind of thing. So that's the way to start. Start early, buy what you like that you can afford. And build it up. And over time, you'll be amazed what you amass. And the value will then come after. Now, if you start with the mindset of art as an investor, like he's done, we end up with a completely different set of results. You still have a collection, but you don't have that emotional attachment, to your collection. Yeah, that to me is very important. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's been a very interesting one. I think I'll go with Mr. Dotun's conclusions. Buy what you like, and maybe I'll start from the 35,000 naira ones that you mentioned that you bought earlier. But again, very honored to be here. It's been, everybody here has been encouraged to even become an art collector, right? And I think this has been very insightful. Once again, my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Well done to our panelists. We're going to take a group picture. As they say, art is life. That was a very interesting conversation. And apologies to those who wanted to ask questions, but due to time constraints, that wasn't possible. But feel free to network outside and after we're done. So just to let everybody know, as you might be aware, there's a deal room going on. We still have some slots available. So if you'd like to take part in the deal room, please just meet Tamara. Tamara, please raise your hands so that you can approach Tamara if you'd like to participate in the deal room. Thank you again to our able moderator and panelists. We definitely learned a lot from you all. So next up, we have a fireside chat that will be moderated by Yomi Wilcox from the Rock Montessori. So please kindly make your way to the stage. And she will be having a conversation with Mr. Lanre Olotumilehin, excuse me, from Frick's strategic advisor, Adia Fatimilehin and Co. So let's put our hands together for them for this fireside chat.
Hi everyone, my name is Yomi Wilcox, and today I'm chatting with Lanre.
Yes.
So I'm just going to jump straight into it because I think we will
only a little time. So we're talking about property, and we're supposed to be talking about property as a wealth protecting and wealth generating tool for family legacy.
Yeah.
And I have to confess, I am a property skeptic. So, hi, can everyone hear me now? Okay, I can hear myself as well. So yes, I was saying that we're talking about property. We're talking about property being a wealth generation tool and a legacy protecting tool. And I thought that this is a really good conversation because I'm a skeptic. I found that moving to Lagos, everything I had learned in the textbooks was completely wrong. Everything I learned in terms of supply and demand and how market trends work isn't quite how it works here. So looking even at property, I remember my mom telling me when she grew up that Bode Thomas in Surulere was a highbrow residential area. I only know Bode Thomas as a commercial space. Looking at Apapa, it was a highbrow residential area. Today, it's not quite the same. So, honestly speaking, do you feel like property is still a safe bet in terms of securing wealth? And how do you select or future-proof properties as investments?
Okay, Yomi, thank you for the question. I'll start with why property is important. I mean, it's interesting to hear you're a skeptic, and you can see that the urban nature of cities does change. So, like you said, you need to future-proof if you can, but you also have to be adaptable. So, what are the benefits of property? With property, you have something that's tangible, right? It's visible, it's there, you can touch it, you can feel it. I mean, unlike with many other financial assets. The other part is that you have something that is inflation-proof. So it's almost like insurance. You know, property prices rise over time. They are not making more land, right? I know in Lagos we are land filling, and you know you have all these things, but land is fixed, right? So they are not making more of it. So you have something that generates income that's tangible and that gives you capital growth. So going back to the question you had about how the nature of different places changes. You know, at times something is planned as residential, and 20 years down the line, you see all sorts of shops, all sorts of commercial activity. I mean, there are reasons for that, which are planning and enforcement, and that enforcement is not necessarily there. Having said that, though, you would find that a lot of the owners of those properties did benefit, right? I mean, because they were able to adapt and make more money from moving from having a residential use to commercial use. So in terms of thinking about where you invest, you have to, well, I mean, I would say get advice, right, from a real estate expert like Dia Fatimley and Company, because this is what we do. We study what's happening, we study trends, and we give advice. And I think in terms of generational wealth transfer or holding or growing wealth, property is a strong anchor for that. So I'll just give you one example. When this came up and I went to speak to my dad, Mr. Fatimile over there, you know, one very quick example he gave me was of speaking to a client in the early 2000s and advising them. They said there was excess liquidity or capital, and they were trying to think of what to do. And he said, okay, you know, this is Lekki, buy plots of land here And it didn't look exciting. You know, I think a plot of land in Lekki at the time was going for about 3 million naira. But today, you want to buy that, you're looking at 1 billion naira. So that's real capital appreciation and growth. And, you know, there are all these things that, in terms of positioning oneself, when there's wealth, there's the ability to plan, and there's the ability for that money to be patient. And so you can take positions ahead of certain things happening, you know. So for instance, everybody's talking about the coastal road now, and we've seen what that has done to land prices all across the Lekki Peninsula, I think particularly in Oniru. So what we do at a firm like DR Fatimile is do that work for you. We will study Lagos State strategic transport master plans and tell you that, okay, this is going here. Yes, it's going to take some time, but eventually you are going to receive massive benefit from that. I think there are a bunch of other things I can say, but let me take your next question. So I think in terms of future proofing, it's not really in your hand, but you can study, you can anticipate, and you can plan, and you can also adapt, right? So today, people talk about sustainability. So one thing I've seen is that in the UK or the US, you have buildings or office buildings that are in use for some close to 100 years now, right? I mean, and we need to start to apply that approach, I think, in building property here. And I think one example is this building, right? It's an amazing building. I think it's owned by family, but you can see the quality of it, right? You can see the legacy, you can see what it's trying to project. So I think that is something that real estate can do.
So looking at, again, the Nigerian context, we are culturally a polygamous and polyamorous culture. So even in terms of passing on properties, it's usually not a straightforward process. I had a friend who told me once that as soon as her dad passed, she literally went into his office, packed all his papers, and hid it under her bed. And that's the only reason why her stepmom is still living in her house today, because his brothers, not other children, took everything, cars, businesses, and all of that. So speaking to an expert from DM Fatimile, what would you say are some of the common mistakes made when passing on property? And what advice would you give in terms of creating structures that would be able to protect the legacy of the properties?
Okay. So, yes, we all hear stories of all these types of things happening and documents being all over the place. But what I would say is, and I think that's the theme, and that's what we've been learning today, right? I mean, planning is very important. And structure is an overused word, but in this situation as well, it's also important. So planning, getting advice, I think real estate advice is one, legal advice is the other, about how to put holdings together. And there are Nigerian families that have institutionalized in that way. They've set up property companies or special purpose vehicles to hold these assets. You know, they are well governed. They've separated ownership from management. So, you know, yes, it's owned, but it's professionally run and managed. Some of them with boards, with people with a lot of experience. And so that way you can generate income, you can grow that income, you can grow the underlying asset base, and you can ensure that all the beneficiaries, whether it's the company or if it's a trust, the trust, are reaping the benefit of that. And then you are able to transfer the ownership of that from generation to generation. And I mean, one example I've seen, I mean, we have the benefit of some of that. For instance, we have clients where my dad, dear Fatman is about 40 years old now. So when my dad was a younger man, he was managing these families, and he's still, till today, we are managing those properties on behalf of those families, and they get their income and they get their rent, and we give advice. So, I mean, I'm hoping that, eventually this is something that's going to happen for much longer periods of time. One example I wanted to give is in the UK. I mean, you might have heard of the Grosvenor family that own about, I mean, the core part of their wealth is 300 acres in Mayfair and Belgravia, which is very prime property in the UK, and they've owned this for hundreds of years. And the way they operate is through a trust and a charter, right? So it is very clear, and they've also separated ownership from management. They are professional managers that know what they're doing. They've learned this business. They make the decisions, and what the family does is they step back and they make strategic decisions, and they ensure that it's being managed in line with their values, right? So I think for the Grosvenors, it's also about giving back, preserving the nature of what they have. And I think, with time, we're going to get there. I think Nigeria is a relatively young country, and we're going to see that happening. So with putting, institutionalizing the ownership of these things with the right advice, including from property experts like Dia Fatimele and company, it's something that can anchor that wealth and grow it from generation to generation.
Fantastic. Just because we don't have a lot of time, I wanted to ask if we have any questions in the audience. Do we have any questions? Okay, I think everyone's going to come and chat with you privately afterwards.
I hope so. So I'm here, and Mr. Fatimele is also here, so you can benefit from more than 40 years of experience from him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fireside chat. I'm sure that there'll be questions afterwards, but please do kindly take a picture. And thank you for sharing those 40-year-old nuggets with us. Thank you very much once again. Let's put our hands together for them. So I'm very excited to introduce our final panel for the day, which is entitled Cross-Generational Conversations, Negotiating Future and Ownership, as well as Leadership Today. This session will be moderated by Ms. Wayenmi Oritse Jaffor of Henley and Partners UK. So Wayenmi, if you could make your way on the stage, we would appreciate that. And her panelists will be as follows. Mr. Greg Ogbefun and Irohama Ogbefun of Stars Investment. Let's put our hands together for them. Senator Oji Uzo Kalu and Neya Kalu of the Slot Group. Mr. Boyega Fatimehin and Lanri Oluti Milehin of Dia Fatimilehin and Company. And last but not least, Dr. Larry Izamoje and Debbie Larry Izamoje of the Brilla Media Group.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And good afternoon to my lovely, lovely panel. This is a very unique opportunity we have here. We are going to be hearing from some founders, and these founders, I'm pretty sure we all know them. and then we're going to be hearing from the next gen. It's a conversation. We want to get into the inner workings of, should I say, the business dynamic and the family dynamic. We want to learn. There's going to be some amazing nuggets they'll be sharing. So please, take notes, have some questions, and we're going to have a good time with them. So, to my panel, good afternoon. I'm going to open up with a question to my founders. Oh, before I go any further, I need to apologize on behalf of Senator Kalu. He got called away unavoidably, and he won't be joining us this afternoon, but his daughter Nea is here, and she's fully capable. So I will start with my founders, and I will start with Mr. Fatimile. What I'm going to ask is, please share that moment when you realized it was time for the next gen to get involved in the business.
Thank you very much. You really cannot determine the time, but situation will arise that you will know that you have to start training people who will take over from you. And usually, when you have an organization, professional organization like ours, you already have a lot of people who are working, who have been promoted directors, partners, and are in charge of so many things. They are quite relevant in this situation. For me, for us in Dear Family and Company, I happen to have somebody who had been to so many places before he went to read real estate in Cambridge and came back. I was ready to also join us. So what you do, what I have discovered and I've learned over the years is that you must ensure for continuity to have a very large base and create as much opportunity for creative people to come within your organization. When they are there, you have a lot that you can give from it, and it helps to perpetuate the company. All you need to do is that when you are leaving, you don't have the fear of losing shares. In fact, you can create shares. But what you do is to have some special clauses attached to some shares that gives you, like the one we just learned about, the Elka, family. They had good organization and constitution that backs them up. And those are just the thing. And then make it as free as possible for everybody to come in and participate and put all their utmost, and also can get the utmost out of the business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Izamuji? Dr. Izamuji, what would you add to that for us, please?
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
For me, it was when I saw that the business had taken root, being the very first in Africa, talking about sports radio. The acceptance was there, and expansion came. The National Broadcasting Commission gave us more licenses to open up in other cities. And I saw that my two hands could no longer carry it. And it was coming at a time that technology was penetrating the country deeply and had gained ground overseas, with sports stars themselves becoming reporters. And so this man who was doing traditional radio needed people with technological expertise. And all that was also happening at a time when in the home, we saw that one of our three daughters was getting very interested in sports, and that's Debbie.
Thank you. Mr. Ogwefun? Mr. Ogwefun, is there anything you'd like to add to that? When was it time to involve Irogama in the business?
Okay, my name is Greg Ogwefun. My daughter is Iro Ogwefun. Ours is a peculiar story. First of all, I'm a marine engineer. I set up the first privately owned indigenous ship repair yard in the country 25 years ago. So that cannot be something planned for family. Alongside that, I became a ship owner. Again, a very uncommon sector. So I didn't have in mind that my business was going to be a family business. But I always knew that my business will be owned by the family, but the family don't necessarily have to run the business. So that was settled. So about 10, 12 years ago, I looked at the growth of the business. The ship repair yard is growing, the shipping company is growing, and other businesses were springing up. And I knew I didn't have what it took to run all these businesses after a period. So what I did was to invite a consultant firm from the UK. And I said, listen, this is my life, this is my business trajectory. I would like to retire at the age of 70. So I would like you to structure my business and give me a roadmap whereby at 70, I can retire and the business will run. So during their visit to Nigeria to look at the businesses, my daughter had finished her master's degree, first degree in the US, second degree in the UK, and she set up her own business that she wanted to run. So she came to me and said, Daddy, these are your certificates that you paid for, but I don't want to do anything with them. I'm going to do business. I said, that's fine. What do you want to do as business? She mentioned it. I said, well done. I'll support you the way you want. But during the visit of the consultants, they insisted on meeting all my children who were around. And they spoke to every one of them. She is a third. When they submitted their reports, they made a recommendation that she should come into the company as the COO. Mind you, she didn't study anything marine. Her elder brother did marine engineering. Her younger brother, naval architecture. So in my mind, if anybody was going to come into the business, they would. But the report said she has to come into the business. So I kept that information private to myself. I didn't share with anybody. Because it didn't make sense to me. Anyway, subsequently, but now it does. Subsequently, I had to go to the UK on a business trip. Passed through Lagos, I said, look, I'm going to London for this. Daddy, can I come along? I need a break. I said, come on, let's go. So during my business meeting in the center of London, she was sitting down there, and I had the consultants I was dealing with were negotiating. So she said, Daddy, can I say something? I thought to myself, what does she know to say about what we're discussing? And she asked a question. That question led to the other party engaging her and now talking about her own business, and they forgot about my business. How they wanted to invest in her business. In any case, they said, well, they would like to invest in the business, my business, if she was going to be in the company. Two different entities. So when we got back to the hotel, I called her. I said, let me confess to you, the consultants that came to Nigeria, this was their report. And now I'm having a second confirmation. You don't know anything about the industry. You have your own trajectory. You're getting married shortly. So but I thought I should share this with you, and now I'm in a cul-de-sac. She said, Daddy, let me think about it. When we got back to Nigeria, She said that I am prepared to sacrifice my business and obey the instructions as they have come. Now, being a non-professional, I insisted she couldn't come in as a COO. And she can come in as an executive director, and I will put her on probation for 1 year during the period of induction. 6 months down the line, she was leading everybody by the nose in the business. Anyway, to fast track, 4 years ago when I turned 70, I stepped back and I said to the board, they should advertise for a replacement as managing director CEO. And they said, no, we won't advertise. We have a natural successor who has proven her worth. And that's how she came into the business about 6, 7 years ago, 11 years ago. And when she took over as managing director, I literally just walked away and left her to it. And she grew the business from 6 ships that I left, and now the company has 11 ships. As if that's not all, she became a voice in the industry. And only a couple of months ago, Mr. President Bola Tinubu appointed her into the board of NEMASA, Nigerian Maritime Administration.
Thank you, John. So, Mayor, I would like to know, in your role, what fears or insecurities have you had to overcome to carry that torch forward, please?
I think for me, it's balancing tradition and introducing modern governance, especially as a Nigerian woman in a position of leadership. Not only am I Nigerian, I'm a young woman. And not only am I a young woman, I am from the eastern part of Nigeria. Now, I can only speak for my culture. It's very rare that you see a woman at the helm of things in the Igbo side. And not that women are shunned, they are just not empowered, right? And even if they are empowered, it's not to this degree. And so for me, to mitigate those fears and insecurities, I had to build a lot of boundaries and I had to hold myself accountable. Also, I had to present myself with merit-based opportunities so that when the naysayers or, people that didn't really believe in me come to my father and say this, that, and the other, my work could speak for me. And so that really helped build my confidence. Also, I'm the first child, and my father raised me as his son. And so I don't really have, I think only 10, 11, 12 years ago did I understand that there was a problem with a woman being in charge. All through my childhood, that wasn't what was spoken to me. And so when I came into the role, and for those who don't really know me, I know that The Sun is a publishing house in Nigeria, and that's what I'm known for. But in actuality, I serve as group head overseeing 10 portfolios under my family enterprise. And this span from hospitality, travel, publishing, gaming, transport, agriculture, renewable energy, and real estate. And so when I came into that and met resistance and met people referring to me as the secretary, I was a bit confused with that. And that set in a whole load of emotions for me. The insecurities became very pertinent because I felt very alien to this sort of pushback. But then again, the person who enabled me and empowered me was like, no, keep forging ahead and keep going because I know why I kept you there and I know why I put you there. You have brothers. you know? And so with that, I forged ahead and moved forward. But I think boundaries is one thing, and stability is one thing. I've been referred to as a Nepo baby. Somebody referred to me as a Nepo baby 2 months ago. And I take that. I own that fully. I'm not ashamed of my I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of my leg up. However, I want to redefine the word nepotism. I think nepotism should apply to those who have the leg up and who insist on putting their foot in the door and keeping it there. I think that's the grand difference between people who are just handed over things and people who actually work for the things that they have been handed.
So I'm going to ask Debbie the same question. What fears and insecurities have you had to overcome in your role?
Good afternoon, everyone. So good to be here. I'm sharing the stage with my dad for the first time since joining the business, so this is a big deal for me. So in terms of insecurity, so the first thing is that my father is, as everyone might know, is a renowned journalist. So you walk into a room and they don't see you, they see the name. But one of the things I had to quickly learn is that I used his name to get into rooms. And I like you were saying, I wasn't ashamed to call and say, good afternoon, sir, I'm the daughter of, I think one of the things we next gen like to do is you almost want to erase the past. But I was very, very quickly, I learned that I can't erase my history, I can't erase my name. So why don't I use this name to build for the next generation? Another thing is that we're in sports business. And when I became COO about 5 years ago, I'm CEO now. When I became CEO about 5 years ago, I tried to do some research and I realized that, about 7% of women globally, only 7% of women globally run sports businesses. So if you now think of media, sports media, maybe we're just 3%. And then when you now go down to Africa, maybe just 2%, right? So it was very important to me and for me to start to show the next generation of women that there's a place here, but also to start to keep data of what women in sports can do and are doing. So those are the two things. One, not enough information, which is why we have more and so many women in Brilla now. We have our brand manager, Dolapo, she's in the room, she's a woman. And two, also using the name to kind of get through the door and ensuring that when I get through that door, you remember my first name, Debbie.
So, Mr. Fatimile and Larry, I'm going to ask you this question. What's the difference between negotiating between your boss and you and your father and you? What's the difference? Is there a difference? It's both of you. Please.
Let's just renegotiate now. Okay. So I will start with it from a personal perspective, which is that, in terms of negotiating, my dad is very prudent. He's very prudent. So from when we were younger, when I was going to school, when I was going to do my A-levels, we would have a negotiating session about pocket money. I would list all the things I needed plus some wants, and I'll pass it to him. And then he will start whittling it down. He wanted you to be very responsible. He's an Ijesha man. Having said that, he's very, he is generous. So, he would also think about things that you did not necessarily consider. And you will find that, he would make provision for that. So I think, negotiating with clients or negotiating on behalf of our clients, actually, is very similar to what we do. We put their best interests at heart. I think we put them first, and we want to make sure that they're getting what they want. So, in our organization, I think, that professionalism and integrity is there. Now, within the family, in negotiating, it's more, I would say, values driven. And for my father, it's very important that we are one. He wants to have that oneness. And so in doing that, he seeks to be very fair, and he seeks a lot of balance in dealing with myself and with my siblings. He's also very generous. So at the end of the day, we know that, okay, he's talking now, but somehow we'll get there. But yeah, I think that, in terms of the values of our family, it's about unity, it's about oneness, it's about having that peace. And I think, all of us, he thinks of and considers all of us, and we're all really accommodated and happy. But again, it's about our interest, making sure that our interest is taken into account. And it's the same way we approach what we do with our customers.
Okay. I think Larry has encapsulated the entire process carefully. I know I'm hard at bargaining, but not to the extent of I want the benefit for both of us. So if I'm negotiating hard that will benefit you, like I do for all clients and us. So, but the interests of the client or the interests of the children are paramount before my own. That's the way it is. That's the way I view it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So my next question is to Iro. Can you share with us something your father taught you and you initially resisted, but now you appreciate? He might not know you appreciate it, but let's tell him now that you appreciate what he taught you. Just try, just one.
So something he says all the time, and I think he still says it. It's been, I'd say, 11 years of just practice. He says that I'm too fast. So I speak really fast. So like now I'm trying to be slow, but apparently I speak very fast, and then my brain works really fast too. So when I'm attacking something, I'm already like at the end, and he's like, slow down. So I can count how many times he's either, if I'm talking, he's like, slow down. Or if I'm analyzing an idea, he's like, slow down. Or if I'm trying to open like 50 new businesses or business ideas, he's like, slow down. So initially, I just felt like he was, pulling me back. This is how I am. You're making me sort of question myself. Like when he tells me to slow down when I'm speaking, especially if I'm excited about something, I'm trying to like get it all out to him, and he's like, slow down. It actually sort of dampens me. It used to dampen me a bit earlier. So I find that I now want to shut up, kind of. But then over time, I just realized that it actually, he was actually making sense. So I don't want people to lose what I'm saying. So I'm now trying to, I still speak fast. Like maybe 2 days ago, you were telling me, slow down, right?
When she wants to cheat me, then she runs.
Yeah, but so I'm much slower, and also with my ideas, I have a lot of ideas. I'm learning how to synthesize them better, discuss them at length, not being impulsive, which I can be sometimes. So yes, I think that ability to just say, slow down. I wish she had told me to slow down in 2014, when I was trying to make that very big life decision. You just said, slow down, but you didn't say slow down. And then it ended up not working out, but yeah, okay. So yes, that's something that he...
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, so Dr. Izamoje, so I'm going to ask, is there anything in Debbie's time in the business, actively on day-to-day, doing her thing in the business, is there anything she's done that has pleasantly surprised you?
Yes, I wouldn't just say anything, very many things. I started out as a traditional presenter, enjoying myself talking about footballers, athletes, boxers, and others. But she came in and she has transformed the little seed into a media powerhouse, particularly in sport. Because of what she's done in the past 5 years, I have been given some awards, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Fellow of the Nigerian Advertising Council, and she has become a Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management. And so you find that what started as just a small radio station, we now consult for people in sports. There was a time even the FI, Formula One in Dubai, used the logo of the company. And I called her and said, what did you just do here? How did you achieve this? Recently, she entered into a partnership with the NBA and called me and said, I'm sending somebody to America. I said, me? And she said, no, you have retired, so stay in your house. So that's the kind of power she has brought to the business. But again, we thank God because Debbie proved to us very early that we have made no mistake. Seeing her like football, the thought was, can you follow the family plan? The plan was to groom her educationally and make her have the experiential aspects of the business before coming to the business. And so she was happy to join us when we decided her first degree must be in the line of the business, information management. I traveled to the University of Sheffield with her, where she read for her first degree, came out with a 2-1. And then we sat down again as a family and said, because you are coming to manage this business, you've got to learn management. And let's look for a top school. Again, she agreed and went to the University College London, where she did management. And I said, because it is a specialized business, can you do something more? She again agreed. Because I'm coming to a point for all of you here. Again, she agreed and did a postgraduate diploma in sports business in the Barcelona Institute of Sports. What else can you add apart from what Daddy has told you to do? She came up with a bill, traveled to Harvard, and got a certificate in innovation. And so if things are changing today, you can find where it is coming from. She also on her own went to MIT, very near Harvard, and got another certificate in user innovation. Because at times I lecture in the sports business faculty of the Lagos Business School, I've done that since 2018. She came to me once and said, I'd like to attend this course, it's a sports business course. And so she was my student. And then when we also did family business courses, she also attended. So she's shown us that you choose, you plan for the child must show sufficient interest. If not, don't give it to that child. So first is for you to plan that you want to have a successor. So you choose who the successor should be, and then the successor must show you added value, and then together you agree before you step back. And when you step back, truly let them be in charge. Today is the 16th of October. Debbie paid me on the 1st of October, and I expect to be paid again in another 14 days. This is so because she's now the signatory, and Daddy just sits to watch.
So, for my next question, I initially was going to ask one of my fantastic first geners to answer, but I think it will be interesting to get a next gener to answer this question. And I think Nair will answer this for us, please. When family dynamics and business decisions collide, how do you separate emotional reactions from strategic clarity? I knew what I was doing.
I really wish my dad was here, because that would have been an interesting conversation on its own. But I think for me personally, I pause and I seek counsel. And the counsel usually could be internal counsel or external counsel. And I think it's very important to surround yourself with allies, not allies that lead you astray and lead you on a path of sort of rebellion and righteousness where you're forgetting everything or you're forfeiting everything that the business is entailing, but allies that guard and guide you, right? And my father as well, I think I can speak for him. And if any of you, know him a little bit or or have seen snippets of him, he's very blunt. He's very honest, too honest. And I'm the same way. And so mix us together, we are a very deadly force. And so it's always important to have people around who can mitigate. And I think in knowing your consumer, I'll call him my consumer, and in him knowing me, we set timelines to revisit, so if there's conflict, we fight, we pause. He says something, I have to always have the last word. Then he somehow has the last word, then I sneak in a last word before we get off the phone. And then we send each other a text. Okay, darling, we'll talk again in 2 days. Okay, daddy, love you. And I think it's very important because when you're working with your father, your mother, your family, things get lost in translation. My dad is looking at me like, this is the girl that I saw at birth. I changed. No, he didn't. I watched a few diapers get changed. I took her to school once or twice. I was at a few basketball games. I was at one graduation. Do you understand? And for me, I'm looking at him like, this is the man that wakes me up at 5 a.m. and asks me to make him an omelet. And this is the man that tells me he's run out of toothpaste. Can he borrow mine? So it's almost like a C finish when it's your family, and that it gets easy to just do anyhow, just for lack of a better, word. But I think it's also important to treat that person like you don't know them and give them that grace like you also don't know them. And I think working with family, it's important to remove assumptions. Because I know my father, I'm going to assume that this is what he's going to do, but give grace, give rope, and revisit, set timelines for your fights.
So, unfortunately, I've been told we've run out of time. However, I'm going to be very naughty and put one question to my founders, the same question. It's a quick fire question, and it's a complete this sentence question. So I'm asking my founders, please, complete this sentence. The next generation will take this further than I could because... Mr. Fatimile, the next generation will take this further than I could because
they are definitely more educated, more exposed, and they have interests. Their interest is profound, even more than what I have in the business. So I expect they will do this.
Awesome.
Well, basically, we are at different times. The technology in our time is different from the technology today. And you agree with me that most of the business today is technology driven, and we can't compete with this generation. And that's one reason why they must take it beyond where we got to.
Because she knows it is a legacy, because she's very well primed for the future, given her rich background educationally and experientially, having gone almost everywhere with me. And because she has shown boldness in a field dominated by men, for which she has collected several awards locally and internationally.
Amazing. So I promised you nuggets. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you more nuggets, but I'm sure you've all enjoyed this conversation. I wish it could be longer, Lele. However, it can't be. So I would ask that you please help me thank my amazing panel of founders and next geners. I'll see you next year.
Let's put our hands together for our amazing moderator who did a fantastic job talking about cross-generational conversations. I think it's really quite special to be able to have both generations on stage and sharing the nuggets that they did share. So thank you to you all once again. And thank you to Wayne, who did a fantastic job moderating that. Let's clap for Wayne. She did a great job. What an inspiring conversation that truly was. Thank you all so very much.
It's critical for African founders to connect with bigger markets. In today's globalized world, it is critical for African founders to connect with bigger markets while preserving their unique identity and cultural roots. I will touch on 3 key ways that this can be done. The first is to keep solving local problems with global relevance. We can see this already happening with the fintechs pushing for financial inclusion and green industries driving climate action through their products. Storytelling is another way to build bridges because representation matters in changing the flawed narrative about our continent. African founders must document and tell their own stories to humanize the ecosystem, build trust, and attract global investors who value authenticity. Finally, African founders must leverage funding without surrendering control. They can do this by bootstrapping long enough to demonstrate sustainable growth and choosing the right investors who align with their vision on equitable terms. Ultimately, successful bridge building hinges on turning cultural identity into ingenuity. Hi, I'm Izine Wazulu, founder of 234 Finance and convener of the Mentor Matchup, and I look forward to hosting you at our 7th edition, themed Building Bridges for Equitable Trade. See you there.
All right, everyone, if we could have one house so that we can conclude the event. Thank you all very much for staying with us. I hope that you learned a thing or two about family business and how you can, nobody's listening, and how you can scale or learn from the various stories that were told today. I'm sorry, everyone. Could you please kindly take your seats? There will be time to network after the session, but if I can kindly ask you to take your seat, that would be great. No, but when no. I'm so sorry. Take a seat. All right, so it seems like a few people are listening right now, so thank you all for taking your seat. I would like to invite Esiri and Ogedeboke to give the closing remarks. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. The activity in the room tells us that you enjoyed yourself. Yes? 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 Okay. So we continued later today. Tony Baka, I know you're on the cover of the magazine, so you're making anger. All right. So the event continues later today. We will be at the Makadenuga Center, which is by Alliance Française, for the movie premiere. Co-executive producer being Foluke Oyeleye. A short movie premiere on the Odutola founder, Chief Timothy Odutola. And then we'll also have an interesting conversation with a family business that has been successfully managed by a third-party professional. So we focused a lot on next-gen family members today, but tonight is going to be awesome, where we then look at how professional experts have also transformed family businesses. Tomorrow, we will have the next-gen boot camp, and the one which I'm mostly excited about is on Saturday, we have the next gen mixers. Any next gen in the house, say yay! Where are the next geners and now geners? Yay! So make sure you sign up for the mixer. Don't forget to be part of it. And thank you for being part of this. Lunch is served. Yeah. Yes? Okay. Say something to thank everybody for coming. Thank everyone.
Okay, guys, thank you all for coming. Please, we have takeaway lunch packs for you guys on your way out. So please grab lunch, and thank you all for coming, and see you guys next year. And if you're registered for the boot camp, next geners only, again. If you're interested, please see Tamara at the back. And then on Saturday, we have the mixer. We're going to an island somewhere. Let me know if you're a next gen. Thank you all. See you next year.